Good morning. Welcome to the Project Oversight Committee meeting. This is Friday, April 12th, approximately 8:39 a.m. Want to call this meeting to order and start off with the roll call vote. I'm present, and I believe Vice Chair Michelle Brungraber is online.
Present.
Thank you. Let's see, who else? Anthony Alto.
Present.
Thank you. Ed Sniffen, excused. Art Tolentino, excused. Robert Yu.
Present.
Thank you. And we also have Board Chair Colleen Hanabusa, who is present, and Natalie Iwasa, who is online. Is there anybody else that I missed? Okay. With that said, before we start, and I just wanted to send some thoughts on behalf of the POC and the members present to Nate and his family. Wish him well, and appreciate, on a personal note, I appreciate everything that he did to help me with this project, and learning and understanding the project. Gonna miss him, and wish him and his family well. But also want to congratulate Vance for stepping in, and look forward to working with you, Vance, and Corey as well. With that said, because this is going to be Vance's, he's going to cut his teeth today on the reports. If I could ask for the assistance of board members, just to help out with efficiency, and I think it helps out the presenters as well. If we could allow the presenters to present their what they have for us in full, and maybe hold your questions until after they've completed their presentation. So, and then I'll give everyone ample time to ask questions. But if we could allow the presenters to provide their full presentation, I think that might be helpful for everyone. With that said, is there any public testimony? Anyone in the audience wishing to provide public testimony on any of the agenda items? Or anyone online? Okay. There being none, we'll move on to item number 3, resolution 2024-12. Krista? Krista, before you start your presentation, is there anything on this agenda item that you feel or you'd like to go into executive session on just beforehand? Or, I'll ask the board members at the appropriate time, but.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a request for approval to notify the City Council of its intent to acquire an easement by eminent domain. The owner is Fuji Family Partnership. The address is 939 Akepo Lane. Next slide, please. This is a map of the property and the easement area. As you can see, the easement area is long and narrow. There will be 2 poles placed on the property and an underground 12 kV line, as well as HTI connects to one of the poles. So that is the easement area. Next slide, please. It is necessary to relocate utilities along the Dillingham Corridor in preparation for construction of the Honolulu Rail Transit Project. Part requires an easement across the subject property to accommodate the relocation of the electrical line, and as I said, there's also HTI involved. Easement is needed for placement of 2 utility poles and for underground utility line. Part is acquiring the property rights pursuant to the Hardin-Huco Utility Construction Agreement. Next slide, please. The property has been determined according to the URA. Hart presented an offer to acquire a non-exclusive electrical easement to the owner of the property in October 2023. The owner has been given a reasonable time to consider the offer. In order to adhere to the project construction schedule, it's necessary to refer the property to condemnation. Efforts will be made to continue negotiations with the owner with the goal of reaching an amicable and reasonable settlement. Easement rights will be assigned to HECO and HTI once condemnation has been finalized. Next slide, please. Upon approval of this resolution, Hart will inform the City Council of its intent to acquire the property by eminent domain. The City Council has 45 days to approve or object to condemnation by adoption of a resolution of the notification to acquire the property. Upon approval or no action by the City Council, the Board of Directors will be requested to approve a resolution authorizing the acquisition of the property by eminent domain. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Yes, Chair.
So did I hear you correctly? Are we doing this to underground a 12 kV line?
Yes, this is part of undergrounding the utilities along Dillingham.
Yes, but this is we're acquiring an easement to underground a 12 kV line for HECO versus, I mean, we've been undergrounding 138s, bringing them from down to bring up to the pole, but this is 2 poles and a 12 kV line?
I believe in this area, that's what's being moved along Dillingham is a 12 kV.
You know, 12 kV is far from 138 and of course 46, and a 12 kV is what you do in a residential area. You can put that under sidewalks or whatever. So why are we doing this for a 12 kV line?
Well, there's no sidewalk in the area to put it under, is my understanding, and it can't go down the middle of the road. There's other utilities.
But a 12 kV is not, you're not talking about like underground a 138 kV or even a 46 kV line. This is a 12 kV line. This is a residential kind of capacity. So we have to go to this thing of acquiring an easement for Hawaiian Electric so that we can underground a 12 kV line? There's no other alternative?
There is no other alternative. And as far as why we need to do the 12 kV, I'm not an engineer, and I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that, but all of the utilities are being undergrounded along Dillingham, and that is what needs to be placed on this property.
Yeah, but the utilities that we're undergrounding on Dillingham that are causing all of this condemnation issues are the 138s. And of course, you know, Dillingham at certain points are double hung 138s. But this is a 12 kV.
It's all of the utilities that are being relocated, and there's different.
Well, I
needs for
understand
them.
they're all being relocated, including water mains and everything else that we're doing. But we're doing even 12 kVs? I don't think we've had a 12 kV issue. I don't know whether it was this one. I know I asked specifically what was the kV of the line that we had to underground, but I never expected to hear a 12 kV in this session.
So we had spoke about a different property earlier, and I did not know the answer.
Right.
It is also a 12 kV line.
So
I've
that
since
one is
found
a
out.
12 kV as well?
It is.
Well, I think we should start to really consider what we're using eminent domain powers to do if it's a 12 kV line. I can understand when we have to move the 138s, but the 12 kV and we got to use eminent domain issues. I'm not a member of this committee, so I don't have a vote. But you know, when this comes to the board, I'd like an answer for why we're doing 12 kVs. And like the one that you didn't know, because I was looking at that one, and I believe I asked that question. Now, the reason why is because it didn't seem to me by its placement that it was a 138 kV. I thought it was something less. So anyway, that's my point. I'm just an observer on this committee, but thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I believe Vance might have some additional information.
Yeah, this is the area where the guideways on the Malka side of the street, so all the columns in the guideways, you know, basically directly on or below where all that utility work is. So all of that needs to come down regardless if it's 138, you know,
I understand
46 or
that,
12.
Vance. I'm just saying that if you're relocating a 12 kV line, you have other alternatives than eminent domain. Taking people's property to me is not something that we should just do because it's easier and we have the rights to do it. I mean, this is well, you know subdivisions, right? You know our law. Our law is all new subdivisions have to underground lines and they're 12 kVs. They're no big deal. And here we are using eminent domain powers of heart, or basically the city, for 12 kV. And I had a suspicion, and thank you for clarifying that. The other time when we're looking at this, that's why I asked, what's the voltage of this line? 12 kVs, we should, at some point, I think, we may be abusing our powers or making life very easy for HECO, but this is not where we should be concentrating. But that's just my opinion. I understand what we're doing. I'm just saying, I don't know if that's the proper use of our eminent domain when it's a 12 kV line. You've dealt with 12 kVs, right? It's far from a 138 or even a 46, a sub-transmission line. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
It looks like Michelle maybe does.
Michelle? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, Krista, can you remind me when we started talking about this property? I get that, somebody didn't answer you and we didn't get a response back, but when did you guys start talking to them?
We made an offer in October of 2023, which means we probably first approached them in August or July.
Okay, so it's a relatively recent thing. It's not like one of those that's been hanging out there for years and we're finally like, oh my God. So I think there is a question that Colleen had that I don't think anybody really has we didn't do the research into the engineering reasons. So if that presentation to the board could include some of that so that it's a little bit more clear, especially because, I think it's just a good question. People are going to ask it. Once it's kind of come up here, then I think we owe it to ourselves to just do the research into the background of it. So if we could just include that in your board presentation next week, that would be great.
Is that it? Are you, okay. So, anybody else have any questions? No? So Krista, I guess kind of dovetailing on Chair's question, help me to understand, the reason for we were asking for an easement.
Correct.
Okay, so to acquire the easement requires negotiations with the landowner.
Correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason we're going into eminent domain is because there wasn't any kind of agreement made during negotiations on the easement, which is causing us to go this direction. Is that?
That's correct.
So what is the reason for the easement? What is the need for the easement?
It's replacement of the poles and for the utility line.
Okay, so there's two above ground poles and underground utility.
Yes, it's my understanding that this is where the line crosses a couple lane and then ties back into the above ground poles.
Okay.
And services the area from
And
there.
and is it correct that whenever we're talking about utilities, the utilities typically would require easement for ongoing maintenance or repairs or access to the facilities?
That's right.
Okay, so I guess to try to understand why we're going into eminent domain, is it primarily because we couldn't get to some kind of agreement on the amount offered for the easement? Is the negotiations on the easement with the property owner, what's causing us to go into to exercise eminent domain?
I don't want to go too much into detail, but on this particular case, I will say that we have not been provided any sort of counteroffer or feedback for us to consider. So when we're unable to provide or negotiate, we don't have a lot of options except to use eminent domain to acquire the easement that way.
Okay, and then you mentioned a non-exclusive, so is that a non-exclusive electrical easement? Is that the typical language I think that we asked to be included in case, or is?
So this is not a Hart-owned property, so this is not one where we've asked for the ability to also grant it to somebody else. We won't have the right to do that. We are not a party to this transaction. It will be between, oh wait, that's not true because of the condemnation. So we haven't gotten to what that document will look like yet after condemnation. We will get all of the rights for the easement from the court, and then we will assign, we'll have to come back to the board and ask for approval to assign rights to the utility company. Non-exclusive just means that the owner still can use it. They could also award another easement to somebody else if it didn't conflict with this easement. So it's not for exclusive use. The owners still can have landscaping and do whatever they need to do except construct a building there. They couldn't have anything where there's footings into the ground. So it's just means that multiple people could use the space.
Okay. And so, as far as this committee is concerned, what you're asking us to do here is to refer it to the full board for further consideration.
That we be allowed to notify the city council of our intent. That's just the first part of our approval process. So once we notify the city council, they have 45 days to take action if they choose to. And then we have to come back to the board and actually ask for approval to file the condemnation. So this just gets that approval process started because it is so lengthy.
Right.
It is not telling us that we have the right to file at this point. It's just to notify the city council.
Okay. Dan, is this going to be referred to full board?
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess, off of what the chair had mentioned, maybe if there could be some information regarding the 12 kV and the questions that chair had regarding the 12 kV, maybe for the board meeting.
Sure.
But if there are no other questions, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Chair.
The offer, according to your transactional history, was made in October of 2023. So that's maybe, so I guess my question is, what is the average wait time that Hart has given property owners in order for them to respond to an easement request, especially when you're in October, so you're hitting the holidays. People may not think very much about this, but I'm just trying to figure out what is it? So you say that we had no response, but what's the response time?
So we do give them at least 45 days to consider the offer. That's the time frame that's stated in the letter. There's an agent assigned to the file that makes multiple attempts to follow up with phone calls or emails or whatever. If there's conversation going on and we know they're getting an appraisal or they have questions about impacts or things like that, and we are actively working with them, that time frame is open for as long as we need to hopefully meet their reasonable expectations. If we're not getting responses, then I would say after another 30 days after that 45, then we start our process to make the referral. And that means that we reach out and put together a staff summary that goes to Lori, and she has to review that and decide that she thinks it's warranted to start this process of coming before the board. And then it takes us maybe 30 or 45 days to get all the things that we need. And all this time, we are trying to reach the owners. So we have sent a letter that says, this file has been approved for referral to the board for eminent domain approval, and we will let you know when we're going to have that meeting. So they're put on notice before we come here. So there's not an exact time frame. It kind of depends on the circumstances, but I would say that at a minimum, it takes us 6 months to be where I am today.
Okay, so but it's discretionary. In other words, if you feel they're moving, you may extend the time. If you feel they're not moving, then you decide to move.
That's correct.
And that's the same for any easement that we
The only
request.
thing that would change that is if the schedule was critical. If the schedule was critical and we absolutely could not go beyond the 45 days because we have to get access or it's going to impact the project schedule and the cost, then of course we would have to accelerate things. But if we know that we have time and that the need is not until fall, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. The properties that I was here with last month and now this one, they're starting to be needed in the fall. Well, if we don't start this approval process now, we won't have possession by then. And that's what drives the meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Thanks, Krista. Just a general question. These are the type of easements that we kind of known for a while that we need, right? So why did we take so long to work with the property owners? Like this, you said the process started in August and we made an offer in October. But I mean, this project's been going on for a while, and just a list of properties that you have in your file that we may need to acquire, whether it's in whole or just the easement. Why is it that we just started this process? It just seems late.
So it may seem to be late, but it is consistent with when the design was approved. So we can't start an acquisition until the design has been approved by the utility company and we actually get assigned the acquisition. So I might know a year in advance that something's gonna happen on this property, but I don't know what the boundaries are. And I can't appraise or talk to an owner about something that I can't define. So our start time is dictated by how long it takes for the design to get finalized and approved. Once that happens, then we have to do some mapping. It goes back to the utility company to make sure that the mapping meets their requirements, because we don't want to acquire something and then be told that it was too small or too large. And then we start our outreach with the owner. So for these particular properties, early last summer, it would have been approved from the utility company, and then we started our process of mapping and then starting with our outreach with the owner. So it may seem like they should have been done earlier, but the design wasn't final.
So are there any other property that we could think of that we may need to acquire like in the next couple years? Or it just seems like there's a lot of condemnation, before the committee and the board lately. So it just seems like, everything is kind of done in the last minute, right?
So I it's interesting to me that you see it that way. So what you're seeing is that early last summer we got a package of properties all along Dillingham that were needed for the utilities to be relocated to Dillingham. And so we started our process that takes, we have to meet with the owner, we have to appraise it, we have to make an offer, and then eventually, if we can't come to negotiations, we end up here. What's happening right now on the next part of the rail is the Haleakala columns are being finalized with their design. So we're going to get assigned probably 15 or so acquisitions in the next month or so, and we'll start that process. And in 6 or 7 months, if we're not getting anywhere, you're going to see that I'm going to come back with a few of those. So it's kind of like whatever we're working on, it has to go through the cycle. And then if they're not going anywhere, this is where we are. So yes, there's a lot of property that still needs to be acquired. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's in the 40s. And as they kind of do something as a bunch, and then it comes to us in that grand number, and then we work through them. So it's kind of a constant cycle.
Sorry, could I ask? One last thing. So what you're saying is really none of the property owners along the rail line in our construction path would know whether their property, would be would be condemned until maybe about, 6 to 7 months before we start this process. No, I'm just looking for some kind of communication to some of the property owners that, hey, we don't have the final design yet, but there may be a chance that, we may need to negotiate acquiring your property or an easement to your property, something just kind of in advance, right? Without even the final design is completed.
Things change so much that we don't notify until we know that we need to buy it. But however, we are available for anybody that has the inquiry. So if somebody is wondering people know if they live if their property is on the path of the rail. So we do get questions where someone will say, my address is this number on Dillingham. Can you tell me whether or not there's going to be any acquisitions on our property? And then we at that point would let them know whether we anticipate anything or not.
Yeah.
Or they might be a couple of blocks off, but they're still curious. So those are things that we field regularly. But as far as notifying somebody to say, we really don't know, we might need property, we might not, really is not a good piece of information in my opinion, because it starts a lot of questions that we just can't answer. We
Yeah,
can't,
yeah, but you wouldn't write it like that, right?
Well, you would- but
you
what would I
write it
say-
in a
what would
way
I say?
that it is really to inform more so than, yeah, it's really just to inform. But anyway,
as soon as we know for sure that we're buying something, we
yeah.
do let the owners know.
okay, yeah, it just seems like we have a responsibility to let property owners know kind of in advance what our strategy is with respect to certain areas, right? Okay, thanks, Chair.
You're welcome.
Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry, go ahead. Can we go to Michelle real quick, Anthony? Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to add to my, the engineering thing. I mean, I get that it's probably part of the Malka shift, but that lane where the guy in the corner makes his chicken coops, that lane is not on, it's a, like a perpendicular to Dillingham. And so my question for the design answer that I want next week is, why am I bringing 12 kV in on that lane and not using some other 12 kV that's accessible, or, why is it there? Why is it on that skinny, tiny little lane that, that particular location? And why is the rail responsible for moving that around as opposed to the work that we are clearly responsible for? And I don't care if it's 12 or 128 or whatever, but all the work on Dillingham, that's definitely us. I don't really understand the reason for the 12 kV to be a part of the Hart relocation. And that's what I want to understand. Thank you.
Anthony?
Chair, thanks. You said that we hadn't had a counteroffer from the Fuji family. Have there been any negotiations at all, or is it just been radio silence from their end?
I don't really want to give all of the details. It's best not to talk about all of the details in public.
Anthony, did you
That's it, yeah, no, I mean,
feel the need to?
Go into executive session.
no, is there useful information that you could give us if we went
I
into
don't
it?
believe it changes where we are right now.
Okay.
Well, I do want to note the presence of committee member Art Tolentino as well as board member Roger Morton. So, I mean, obviously these requests have an impact on schedule. So, I mean, if there aren't any other questions by the board members, I suggest that we, and because we're going to refer it to the board, to the full board for further consideration, just to keep this item moving, I would recommend that, or ask this committee to consider moving it on to the full board for further discussion and possibly, some of the questions that have come up today, Krista, maybe we can have a representative from HECO available to answer some of the engineering questions regarding the KV and the reason for the need. As I'm hearing some of the questions today, if they could be available. But with that said, if there's no other questions, if I could get a motion from,
Chair, I move that we approve this item
refer to full
and
board.
refer it to the full board for consideration.
Second, Chair.
Thank you. There being a motion and a second. Is there anybody in opposition to the motion? Seeing none. So this is going to be put on the next calendar for the full board. And if there's nothing else, we can move on to agenda item number 4, Resolution 2024-14. Krista?
Thank you.
Yep.
This is a request for approval of a resolution to provide a grant of easement to Hawaiian Electric Company. This is property that has been purchased by City County Honolulu for the use and benefit of Hart. The address is 533 Island Street. Next slide, please. Hart owns the property that is highlighted in yellow on the left. The easement that is needed for HECO is shown on the right. This 679 square feet. Hart acquired the underlying property on April 23rd of 2010 from KWA LLC. The acquisition value of the property was $2.85 million. The easement area will include a transformer and a handhole. The facilities are part of the city center relocation project. Relocation of the utilities is necessary to allow for construction of the rail project. Next slide. Easement to HECO. So the electrical equipment is needed to provide power for public purposes. HECO requires permanent land rights for the property containing the electrical equipment. The easement is non-exclusive use of the area for utility purposes. Hart will have the right to grant additional easements to third parties at their discretion. It is the responsibility of Hart to provide HECO with the property rights necessary for electrical needs of the HRTP. Therefore, there will be no compensation paid by HECO for the easement. Next slide. And I think actually it's one more slide forward. City and County of Honolulu, the disposition process. So all title of property is acquired and vested in the city. However, the charter empowers the board to recommend to the council the sale, exchange, or transfer of real property or any interest therein. This underlying property was acquired for the use and benefit of Hart. As such, it's necessary for the board to recommend to the city council that they approve the disposition of easement rights to HECO. The HECO easement will allow for the placement of electrical equipment that directly benefits Hart and the HRTP. The requested easement does not conflict with Hart's use of the property. And upon approval of the resolution, the matter will go before the city council for approval to allow the executive director of Hart to execute the necessary documents to grant HECO the requested easement. Thank you.
You're welcome. Members, any questions? No questions? Okay, so just for clarification, this, as opposed to the previous agenda item we just heard, is basically, we've already acquired the property
That's correct.
and we're just seeking approval to grant easement rights to HECO to complete the relocation of the utilities.
That's correct.
Okay. Kind of going back to, I think, a question that Robert brought up. If as far as seeing more, it appears as though there's more these types of requests, easements, and maybe eminent domain. Is it because maybe we're heading into the more densely populated, dense area of the rail?
So that's part of it, but also what is sparking this, and there will be a few others, is that the construction in City Center hadn't really started of the utilities, and I did not really want to come to the board and ask for an easement that maybe needed to be changed or modified in some manner. So I did wait until there was actually placement of the utilities and the concrete pads so that they knew exactly where it would be and the easement could be properly drawn. I didn't want to have to come back and make a change. So since it's on Hart-owned property, I didn't see the reason to come in advance and before we knew what was actually going to be there. So these types of requests where Hart owns the property, I do try and wait until we actually have facilities there and not just based on a design. So
Right, and part of it was when we had full design, right, and understanding where the exact placements of these utilities were going to be.
that's correct.
Okay, all right. Yes, Chair.
What I'd like to see when you bring this to the full board is the statement as to whether HECO is going to pay anything or any kind of in-kind or whatever that may be given to Hart once this easement of some sort that we're trying to transfer to them. And the difference in the language in your presentation is you're requiring permanent land rights. Usually, HECO or the easements that we're talking about when we talk about HECO is not a permanent land right. It's a non-exclusive easement, but I'm just wondering if this is a permanent land right, because we're talking about, I think it's transformers, which may then sit on the land? Is that why we're talking? Because I do know, for example, when we're talking about the 46 kV substation down at the Rock, the issue became the ownership of the land, that HECO needs ownership on the land whenever certain types of structures are placed on it. Is that why we're talking about a permanent land right here?
So these are all permanent land rights. Whenever we're talking about an easement, it is a permanent land right. So I maybe just have not always titled it as that, but it is always permanent, non-exclusive easement. So that's just probably inconsistency on my part in how it's been called, but the easement is perpetual. It will run with the land. So the only time that would not be the case is if for some reason we're doing a right of entry and they're doing something temporary and it's not something that they would be coming back to do, or to maintain in the future, and that would be a temporary right.
If I may follow up. The difference in the language here is that it's a different bullet point, and it's HECO requires permanent land rights for the property containing the electrical equipment. The next bullet is the easement is for non-exclusive use. So I understand, so I read this as two separate things, that there's an easement, but there's also a permanent land right.
No, and I apologize for that, and I will probably change the way that is in the future, but they are all permanent. The
No,
easement.
I understand that's permanent. What I'm looking at, the non-exclusive use is one that basically, when you're, especially when we're doing undergrounding of some kind, whether it's a 12 kV or whatever, it's you can plant and do whatever on top of it. But if you have a structure that we're putting on their property, my question is, does that structure, because if it's a transformer or anything like that, what are we talking then about the fact that that cannot in any way be interfered with? So that the landowner can't say, you're in my way there, so you move it, because it's within this whole area that we're designating as an easement. So what I want clarification on is that when you put a structure on someone's property, does HECO need some kind of a title or exclusive use of that portion of the land? You understand what I'm saying here, the
believe so.
distinction?
So I think, and I don't really want to speak for HECO, but from what I understand, if something is placed on someone's land and it only services that owner, so it's a single service transformer, they don't require an easement, because if the owner interfered with that, the person that they are impacting is only themselves. So if they want power, they need to have the facility there. If it is servicing the public, so more than just that one property, then HECO does require an easement. And once that transformer is there, it would not be moved without cooperation.
So it's
between
not
both
a
parties.
non-exclusive use, in other words?
Well, except that the fact that the easement is larger than just where that facility is. So if the transformer is here, there's area around it.
I understand
to protect
that, Krista. So the point is that my questioning is about that transformer area, wherever that structure is, okay? Let's agree to that. That's the structured area of the transformer. Is that area not quote non-exclusive, but exclusive to the use of HECO? And my understanding is it has to be exclusive to the use of HECO. So it's no longer a non-exclusive easement, not that portion.
Yeah, and I can't really speak as to why they titled it that. That is their language.
So when you come to the full board on this, because you want us to basically authorize the executive director to transfer this, I want to understand exactly what we're transferring. And I want to know if when we get this easement for non-exclusive use, that in essence, a part of it is really exclusive to HECO. And I think if you put a structure on someone's property, like a transformer, it becomes exclusive.
So the way that easement is worded, right? So
That doesn't make it right, just because you worded it wrong. So that's what I want clarified.
I can clarify it. I don't know that HECO is going to change how it's worded. It's still classified as non-exclusive.
Well, then tell HECO then, isn't that a right assumption that if the landowner wants to move it, that they can come in and say, move it?
Yeah,
And I bet you they won't do that.
I'll have to see if there's a relocation clause. There is in some of the easements. I don't know. I'm not
Yeah,
familiar enough.
let's find out, because I want to know exactly what the rights of the landowners are. And it's different, because what we're talking about is granting away someone's property that we have purchased to the benefit of HECO. And I want to be sure exactly what that landowner's rights are that we have taken by eminent domain. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Was this property taken, acquired by eminent domain?
No, I do not believe so. It was negotiated.
Okay.
But it's still under Hart.
It's still
Yeah.
part of the project though, so it's still considered.
It's owned by Hart.
It is owned by Hart now, yes.
Is it owned by the city?
It's vested in the city. It's for Hart's use.
It's owned by the city. Okay, thank you.
So, I similar to the first item, I guess I just wanna, and I understand where Chair is coming from, but, I mean, the reason why I had asked, well, our rules call for these items to come before the POC is because it can impact the schedule of the project. And I guess, more so a comment, we're really, and just so that the public, from my opinion, and it's just my individual opinion, because I'm hearing this more and more and more, it's really, I mean, the reason why these actions are being taken is so that we can construct the rail project.
That's correct.
And, I mean, I understand some of the concerns that are being raised, but it's really not for the benefit of anyone else but the project. And we're working with partners to do what they need to do in order to accommodate the project. So I understand some of the questions, and I may not necessarily agree, but these requests are for the benefit of Hart and of the construction of the rail project. It's not for the benefit of anyone else. The fact that there are certain utilities that have to be moved, it's to accommodate the construction of the rail project. And these kinds of requests are necessary in order to do that and continue providing the services to the public. So I just kind of, from my point of view, want to make that clear. And with that said, if there's no other questions, I'm gonna, because this is going on to the full board, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more discussion. And maybe the same representative from HECO can answer some of the questions that were posed here today, but I'm gonna ask for a motion to move this on to the full board, because these types of, requests can impact the schedule.
Mr. Chair, I do have one question, because I know that we've had this issue regarding what should come to you and what should come to his, what is it,
affairs?
government legal affairs matters. And it seems like this specific item should have been in his committee, because it's not seeking or notifying the city council of a potential eminent domain. So I think that's something that we should look at, and we should have a longer discussion later.
I mean, I'd love to have a discussion about that, because I don't think it's a legal issue either.
No, I think it's illegal. It's not something that, when we looked at all this, and it's government matters, it's government affairs, legal matters.
I think this committee has jurisdiction.
I may disagree with you, so that's why we should have this
We
discussion
could,
later.
But since you brought it up, I think this committee has jurisdiction over agreements and easements, according to the way I read the rules.
Well, I don't read it the same way. So let's just have this further discussion. We'll agendize it, because I don't agree.
To the extent that anything impacts the schedule of the project, I think the POC committee has jurisdiction.
That's
But
your
if you folks
position.
want to change that, that's entirely
That's
up
what
to
I'm
the
saying.
board.
This is the discussion we're going to have, because it does require a clarification of the rules. But I don't necessarily agree. I'm just telling you that especially on this one, because my understanding as to how you were interpreting the rules, it was for any notification of the city council of the intent to acquire by eminent domain.
No,
This
it's
is not an
It-
intent.
My comment was specific to that particular agenda item because it was an eminent domain. But I think these items all fall under the jurisdiction, Chair.
Well,
But if,
I think if we were to look at that, we would fall under the general board. We could just say, you know what,
You
we'll
could-
resolve this, we'll fall under the general board. Yes, sorry.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
The discussion about jurisdiction and the rules should happen when there's a properly agendized
Right.
item.
no
and so-
problem.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to address the issue that was raised by the chair.
thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Kika, I have a question on this one.
Is it relating to the agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So, and if someone could just take a note for the HECO people, this transformer thing is on the Costco side of Dillingham, right?
Yes.
It's the-
No, this is on Kawahi Street.
But it's
It's on the
on that,
corner.
it's on the Mackay side, right? Not the Malka side.
Right, yes, sorry.
Okay, so, and it's a transformer, which means it takes the highest voltage, right? And it transforms it down to probably lower voltages. It probably doesn't make it go higher than coming, it's a distribution transformer, which means it's stepping down everything. So why on the Mauka side, it's kind of related. These two things are related. It's a transformer on the Mackay side, and then there's a request for easement for 12 kV on the Mauka side that keeps going Mauka. I would have thought that you needed an easement to go across the street to get to our Mauka shift. But once you get to our Mauka shift, my question is, why is it my problem to keep going Mauka? That's a distribution issue for HECO. And that's the question to
12 KVs are
HECO.
distribution lines.
That's my question to HECO. So if somebody could just take a note, then I would like somebody to answer that from HECO. Why am I paying for their distribution line that keeps going into Kalihi?
I think, I think, Michelle, I think it's gonna come before the full board, so you
Yeah,
can
that's
ask
the
that
question.
question
Take
when
a note.
somebody's present.
yeah, but
Chair?
I want somebody to take a note so they know what question I'm going to ask. Otherwise, it's preparatory.
Okay, thanks, Michelle.
So in the interest of moving this process forward, and given that we have a number of questions that will be addressed at the full board, I'd like to propose that we approve this resolution 2024-14 to be moved on to the board for full board for consideration.
Second,
Thank you. There being a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to the motion? No opposition. So this will be referred on to the full board for further discussion. Thank you, Krista.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. If we can move on to agenda item 5, February 2024 monthly progress report, Vance and Corey.
Good morning, board members. Vance Suda Hart, Project Director. First and foremost, echo Kika's sentiment to Nate Meddings. Our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family through this hard time. I appreciate the board's continued support and welcoming in my new role here. I've spent a lot of time working with Nate, shadowing him, and it's a lot sooner than we expected, but here to help in any way I can. So if there's anything that the board needs, please feel free to reach out. Going through the February monthly report, as we've done in the past, I will cover the overall key items. So procurement, CCGS procurement, that's ongoing. We've had multiple discussions with the PLOs. As of now, in our recent update to the PLOs, we have moved the schedule for the procurement. Just want to make everyone aware of that. We did shift everything out 3 weeks. There is no impact to the overall project schedule. As Corey had discussed, I'm sorry, Chad, if you can go to page 5. And that was at a request from the PLOs, and based on the discussions we've been having, we found it best to push that schedule out to give the PLOs additional time to put together additional RFIs, requests for information, alternative technical concepts, and give them the time to put that together and submit for our review. Moving on to design and construction, CCUR 4, we continue with work, and we have a presentation following on the agenda for CCUR 4 update. So I'll save a lot of that update for that. CCUR 3, we continue to work. A lot of the work that's upcoming is for traffic lights. There's multiple intersections where traffic light work will occur. The contractors prepping for all that work and planning to do that work in sequence throughout those intersections. Airport guideway and stations. We recently did a punch list walk at the airport station with the contractor in preparation for substantial completion for that station. Based on the punch list items and further discussions, we could potentially issue substantial completion for that station in a month time frame. But we need to have discussions on those punch list items and agree to pass forward on those items. Lagoon Drive will shortly follow that time frame, and then Middle Street is the furthest along, so we're expecting 2 to 3 month time frame for that station to be substantially complete. I know the progress report notes that we're close to 99%. If you go out there, a lot of the finishing work isn't complete, cladding, things like that. So the bulk of the stations are complete, just that button up finishing, making it look nice work is outstanding. Moving on to systems, the last train, PV20, is scheduled to arrive in April. I believe April 26th is our arrival date, and that's the last train out of the 20 train fleet. So big milestone there. It's coming from Miami, being trucked across to California, and then put on a boat and will arrive here. Completed onboard comms testing for PV6 and PV1. And just in summary, the systems contractor has been working throughout the AGS stations, doing multiple installs in terms of comms, train control, SCADA, FDAS. They're moving along there. They began comms testing, so turn on the system of comms, check the cameras, make sure field of view is working. We're able to see all the cameras from our temporary operations control center. And then preparing for upcoming testing for integration testing. They will be going up to the guideway. A lot of the cabling and installation work on the guideway is complete. The next major milestone will be energizing the guideway, which we're looking at end of May, sometime in June. They will start turning on breakers, energizing the guideway, doing some initial energization tests, and then moving on to bringing out a train on the guideway in that mid-June, mid to late June timeframe. There's some initial tests that need to occur, clearance tests, slow movement tests, and then eventually getting to full speed. That's what I have for the monthly report. And I can stop there if there's any questions before moving on to the PMOC report.
Members, question?
Robert, I have one question. If we could turn to page 27, Vance. So the biggest thing we have now is really the undergrounding of the utilities, right? So CCR 3 is scheduled to be completed in 2024. I asked this the last time. I just want to reconfirm that the gap, and I know Nate explained it, that we're gonna, do some kind of whatever to catch up. So are we catching up? Because it still it shows 44% complete. Just from my observation, we still have 56%, and it just seems like a lot between now and September.
Yes, and I can't recall if we reported in that last month's presentation. We're expecting, the team has done a tremendous job in optimizing the work along Halakawila. And there's a lot of work that's been de-scoped. And we still need to come to the board and present that change order. So we expect, the contract value to decrease significantly. And that's, the team's great job at looking at where the columns are, utilities, working around to see what can and can't be moved, what really needs to be moved. So that will account for a big chunk of that completion percentage there. But overall, we are seeing some increase in the contractor's progress. Not as much as we'd like to, but there are increases.
And just to add to that, they are still expecting to substantially complete September 2024. However, the quantities may not be as high as even we thought a couple months ago. So they're still finding efficiencies in their production, and so we think schedule-wise we'll get there. Cost-wise, we're going to settle something less than. So.
Okay, I mean, we just wait. I mean, my question is really just to get an update because the gap is still the same. So I'm just asking what I see here, right? Okay. One other thing, and I'm not sure whether it should be asked in the POC meeting or the finance committee meeting, but I'll ask anyway. I know we lump the CCUR 3 and 4 expenditures together. Well, I know the graph you have the different months expenditure incurred, right? Is it possible to isolate 3 and 4 expenditures? Because it would sure make it a lot easier for the committee and board members to make informed decisions, right? I'm just looking at the total, but it would help a lot if you could break it out. You could just put a note on your monthly report. You don't have to change the format or anything. Just put a footnote. Just say total incurred to date for CCUR 3 is XX. And for CCUR 4 is XX. And the total should tie into the total of your reports.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
Okay, thanks.
Chair?
Chair, sorry, go ahead.
No, I think Natalie says first. Was it Natalie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have
Yeah.
a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Vance. I had a question on page 4 of the report. It talks about the federal funds and the amounts that have been obligated. So if you look at that bottom table, it shows a column of federal funds obligated, but then the bottom line says funds not obligated, 619, I think that's million. So why, it seems like it's conflicting there. Can you explain that?
I believe that's the remaining 744, right? So the 125 we should be getting soon. We already submitted the package. That's when we signed the FFGA. So we needed to submit the invoices. So I believe Richard did that this week. So hopefully maybe sometime next week we'll actually receive the 125. I believe before the end of April, no matter what, we should receive the 125 million. The remaining 619 is in the FFGA, the milestones that we need to meet. The award of CCGS, the completion of AGS. What else? Anyway, it's in the recovery plan and also in the FFGA, the remaining tranches that'll be released.
Right. I understand the 744, Lori. I'm just wondering, why does it say not obligated on the bottom and then at the top it says obligated? So what is it? Is it obligated or is it not obligated?
Oh, so instead of on the first column, the bottom cell, instead of saying funds not obligated, maybe use a different word because it's obligated. It just hasn't been, what's a government word? We'll find a different word for that.
Okay, so
it has been obligated by the federal government.
okay, so maybe just waiting for final approval or something like that.
Well, we need to meet the milestones before they will release it. So we'll find a different word for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. I just want to clarify that on CCUR 3, which is what we're talking about here, on the Colucho portion of it, any of that portion involves 138 kVs? The undergrounding of one, it doesn't, right?
No, 138 kV.
So the subcontract that was issued there was one, was it HMS that was issued with Colucho? So they are undergrounding what? Or what kind of lines are they dealing with?
So there's 12 kV. I'm not sure if there's 46 kV. There's
Just
some
46?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but no 130.
yeah, so sub-transmission 46 and the distribution lines 12. And HMS has, I'm getting somewhat confused, so maybe you can clarify. I thought on one of was HMS already a sub to Colucho? Because I think on one, they were a sub, so we could just take care of it contractually that way. But on the other one, maybe it was CCUR 4, that we had to issue a completely new contract. Is my recollection correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions?
I got questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Corey, are you up there? Yeah. On page 7, how are vacancies for required personnel factored into project risk? Or expertise that, we may not have, it might not just be city recruits, it might be, holes in other areas that we're using contractors or something. How do you factor those in and into the risk refresh?
Sure. They identify as MCC, management capability capacity. Sometimes that could be specific to a project or to a workflow that could have impacts. I think the way PMOC characterizes it, though, is more of a general risk for the project, and they continue to identify on theirs. In our recent risk workshop, it would just be reflected overall into the model. I mean, it's not a specific. You can't put a dollar figure to it. It's just kind of a driver.
Was it reflected in the recent risk refresh, or is it capable of being reflected? Was there a risk item for it?
I think if you're asking, can we isolate how that impacted the risk in addition to the risk? I'm not sure if we can, but that's something we can look into.
No, I'm asking whether it was factored in as a risk.
I don't know if there's, I don't believe there's a discrete risk for MCC or something like that. So.
Okay, so I guess if you could take an action and the next POC meeting, ask them what they think are risk, what their opinion is. I'm curious what they think, based on, we can say, yeah, we can just do the work. We can do the work without all those people. We're doing it now, right? But I'm curious what the independent assessment of the POC is. If you could take that action and get back to us, please.
Will do.
Thank you. I got another couple questions. This has to do with the CCGS procurement. I'd like to understand better the training that the CCGS procurement team received from the state and what position level the source selection team members were required to have to be able to do the source selection. Now, we can take this offline so it can be an action, but that's basically the action. I want to know the training levels, whether everybody has all their training from the state procurement office, including the executive director, and what levels are required for each thing. And if somebody could send me a copy of the HART procurement manual, I would appreciate it. So that's just an action. And then the third thing is just a dumb question, but why are there screens on the airport side of the guideway right by the airport?
Yes, that was a requirement through interface with the airport, HDOT. And I can't speak to what the specific reason is, but that was a requirement after having discussions because the guideway is so close to the airport. Similar to Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor Station, I believe there's some privacy shields there. And Aloha Stadium, we work with the property owners nearby Because Pearl Harbor is on the Mackay side of the Aloha Stadium station, the glass is, opaque. You can't see through, and that's to provide privacy for the naval base.
Okay,
So-
I understand the privacy thing, so you can't like peek in and see like a submarine came in or something. I get that. Okay. The fencing at the airport kind of reminds me of the don't throw things on the freeway. So I want to just check but the windows don't open on the rail, right?
Correct.
So okay, I don't understand what those are for.
Yeah, we'll take a look. The other thing I could think
Just
of is
curious
probably-
because I'm just like, it kind of reminds me of the don't throw things on the road, right? I mean, what else is it? That's
Yeah.
kind of my question.
the only thing I could think of is the fallout from the jet planes, but we'll take a look and get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. And one final thing, sorry, about the procurement. It's just the bids are still due on 1 July. Is that correct?
No. Yeah, so we pushed the schedule 3 weeks, so it should be late July. Let me get you July 23rd. Yeah.
Oh, it's July 23rd. Oh, because this report says 1 July. When did you push it?
We just pushed it, I want to say it was early this week in our latest addendum.
And why did you push it?
Based on feedback from the PLOs, requesting more time to put their packages together. We've had, good discussions with the PLOs, and they have further questions that they want to clarify, to give them that time.
Michelle, I think that was item number 1 in the overall key items that Vance went over regarding
Was
the
it? Did I miss it?
PLO.
Oh. I'm sorry, Vance, if I missed that. Did you say it got pushed in the beginning?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, nope.
And the
You know what
report is
happened was
February.
I read the report and somewhere I mean I take my notes before I do this meeting. That's why.
Michelle, the cutoff date for the report is February, and so
Yeah, I
it's
know.
Vance, first thing he came out was he mentioned that because we just signed the addendum this week and put it out, so it just changed this week.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean that's fine. I'm saying I read the report and I take my notes before, so I'm just kind of going through them now.
No, appreciate the question though, Michelle.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Sure.
Yes, Anthony.
Vance and I have been talking offline out of the meeting about the location of the downtown station, which I think is problematic. I was just wondering if you had a chance yet to look at, you were going to look at what the situation was with utilities there in terms of moving. Have you had a chance to do that yet?
Yeah, I have some information together, still packaging everything up, and we'll provide that to you.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Online, Natalie, Michelle, any other questions? Vance, so I noticed on the overall key items, CCUR4, manpower, is that issue been resolved or regarding the agreed upon manpower and?
We are still not seeing the amount of manpower that we initially discussed a while back. We did sit down with the team, so there's some work that needs to occur that's taking a little bit of time. For example, in Waikimilo, there's a box culvert that needs to be relocated. Once that's done, we expect the productivity to increase. That's just holding up a lot of the work. So we are expecting in the June timeframe to see an increase in productivity. Can't tell you if it's going to be what we initially expected in terms of the number of crews, but we do expect an increase.
So what was in the agreement as far as manpower and what's actually happening? Is it impacting the schedule at all, or does it have a potential of impacting the schedule, or?
So based on our evaluation, the schedule, are we behind or are we?
We're starting to track behind.
Yeah, so we're a little behind schedule, but based on the work that's anticipated in the next coming months in terms of that box culvert and some of the other items that need to be complete before they can actually do a lot of the underground work, we expect them to increase. But it's not what we initially expected.
So the original bid was based on manpower, partly, right? So, I mean, I guess what's the status on the discussions with the contractor? Is there any, is it still ongoing? Is there any movement? Is there any plans for the contractor to try to provide what was agreed upon, or is it just getting, I mean, what's the status on the?
No, I've had the same questions for the team because we're obviously not seeing the type of resources to this project that we thought we were.
Which were reflected in the bids, I assume.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were reflected in the bids. But there's some merit. There's some design issues that they've run into that's prevented them from doing some of the underground work that we need them to do, which would require that level of resource. So as Vance kind of alluded to, kind of starting in the summer, once we resolve some of these, there's a couple issues out there. Once they resolve some of those, they're expecting to bring in the kind of resources to kind of keep up with that production. So you'll see that when we show our breakout, when we have our progress update. That the next few months we're showing kind of a flatter production, and then we're thinking by August, September we'll start seeing that come back up. And there's some things they have to do to resolve and mitigate some of their schedule issues, but we're so far optimistic that they can get there and bring it in.
So if I'm hearing what you're saying, based on some of the projects and I guess the level of manpower is adequate according to what work is available at the current time, but we anticipate that need increasing, so we're still working out those issues with the contractor to ramp up at the appropriate time that more work becomes available so that they can catch up.
Yes, I think you characterized it correctly.
Okay. All right. You know, on a kind of a side note, I don't think I saw it in the report, but I understood there was some kind of incident regarding a cement truck. Can anybody just give us an update on, was anybody hurt?
Yes, so I'll do my best, and I know Lori has some information as well. There was a cement truck out on Dillingham, and it was parked over a trench that had a steel plate. During that work, the trench wall collapsed in, and that steel plate gave way, and that cement truck ended up on its side. The driver, it was a reportable incident. The driver did take some time off, and I can't recall what the injury was, but that was the incident. The next morning, they were able to right side the truck, get the truck out of the way, and then do cleanup of all the concrete.
So there was spillage.
So the trench collapsed because they left it open for, even though you had the steel plates, it was open for several weeks, 3 weeks. So NAM did a stand down, safety stand down with the crew, our safety crew. And going forward, they will not be leaving the trench open like that. When they're done, they have to backfill it, right? Fill in with material. But I thought it was the steel plate that failed, but it wasn't. It was the trench underneath because they left it open too long.
Is there any subsequent investigation by anybody, HIOSH, or is that ongoing or no? All closed? Okay. All right.
Did they dump the cement to save the truck?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Robert.
Okay. So just to follow up on what Chair asked about the manpower, I think that was discussed a few meetings ago. So from what I understand from Nate at the time is, it doesn't matter how much manpower or personnel NAN puts on the job, we pay the same amount. So I just want to confirm, even in the write-up on page 44 of the monthly report, NAN initially represented, I guess in the bid, they would provide 9 crews, 2 shifts a day, 7 days a week, but they're only doing 3 to 4 per shift. So regardless whether there's 9 crews per shift and 2 shifts a day or 3 or 4, we're paying the same amount, right? So I guess the real question is when they submitted the bid, it's for 9, not for 3 or 4. So from a, I guess, contractual standpoint, as long as they're getting the work done, but they're not paying the labor that they put in the proposal. Okay, well, that's a pretty good deal to them.
Well, it can go both ways, right? It's a firm fixed contract, so it can go both ways. He can also, on the other side, right? If it's costing him more, it's too bad. It's firm fixed. We're not going to pay unless it's a change order, something unforeseen came up.
Yeah, but I would imagine a bidder bidding for 9, crews and 2 shifts a day and only use 3 to 4 has a lot of buffer. So in essence, if the bid was for say 5 instead of 9, the bid would have been much lower. Yeah. Okay. So is that going to be the same thing that will happen in CCGS? I don't know. We could talk about procurement, but okay. Well, anyway, I understand. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. So, I guess, dovetailing on what Robert is saying, that's kind of the reason for my questioning is because, I'm just trying to understand fully in case down the road, we don't see any change orders or those types of issues as a result of maybe slipping in schedule. That's no fault of Hearts. And then, but yeah, I appreciate the information. So, any other questions, members? Yes, Anthony.
Just a quick one on the airport guideway section. You say that you've granted STG substantial completion, but they still haven't delivered all of the stations. Does that mean that they're now paying us liquidated damages for that?
So we granted substantial completion for the guideway and for the first station.
Right.
Yeah. And all the work there, they have punch list items that they need to complete. So nothing's being impacted there. And the core systems contractor continues to work, and STG accommodates all of the work that core systems needs to do.
To your question about LDs, the settlement was end of February, so yes.
They are paying LDs.
Well, we haven't assessed them, but we're accruing them. So LDs started the day after the end of the agreement date.
So that we actually may be getting some money back. Be nice if we could get some money back. Thanks, Jim.
Any other questions, members? If not, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Let's see.
Right.
The PMOC report.
PMOC monthly report, if you go to page 4. And I'll go over all the major issues and concerns. So the first item is actually going to be retired. This was in regards to the FFGA amendment and the environmental reevaluation. This is their January report, so a little outdated, and that's complete. The next item is management capacity and capability. This has been carried for quite some time here in terms of their concerns. Some good updates here. We have Corey here for Director of Project Controls. We did fill his deputy position. The Deputy Director of Project Controls, Brooks Ford. The Director of Planning, which I'm most glad of to fill now that I don't have to do any of the planning work. Sean Snow is here with us as the Director of Planning. And of course, the loss of Nate here on the project. We will be backfilling my position, and we're currently recruiting for that. We have some potential candidates where we've received resumes that we're reviewing and look to schedule some discussions with them, interviews. Moving on to CCGS, CCUR construction, a lot of this we discussed. We did have breakout sessions on CCUR specifically and CCGS procurement. We shared what we could share that's public in terms of the CCGS procurement, basically everything that we've talked here in regards to that. And CCUR, same as well. Nothing different there than what we've just discussed. And I think that wraps up the major issues. Open for questions.
Members, any questions? Michelle?
Yeah, I got one. So on page 7, and I know this is an old report, but the MCC went from yellow to red. And then we filled some positions, and then we lost Nate. So this was kind of like tied into the question about, how MCC is tied into the risk refresh. So when you did the risk refresh, you hadn't filled those. So, I don't know. I'm curious, before a 2 or 3 month report comes out, if you could ask the PMOC next time you see them where you think that they think that risk is. And I'd like to understand what Hart thinks that risk is, because this is from the PMOC. So where do you think that risk is? And I don't really see that as a risk on the monthly progress report risk charts. You know what I'm saying?
Understood. We'll take that action.
Okay. And whether, if, where would you put that? I don't see that anywhere, I don't think. Nope. It's never showed up because, I think the position had been, we're functioning just fine. And we want to have those people, but we're doing just fine. And that, to me, is a huge difference between we think we're green and they think we're red, right? And yeah, we're filling things, but we're still losing people. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any other questions, members? Yes, Chair.
This is a follow-up on what Michelle said. First of all, I want to confirm something I think that some of us may have forgotten, is that the PMOC report is based on what information we provide. In other words, you guys provide them, right? So they don't do any kind of independent investigation about what's going on. So that, I guess then maybe this MCC issue, which has bothered me a lot, because the date identified is July 2023. And I have actually raised this with Ray Tellis himself. I want to know if that was the date that we identified, that became a major issue, or was it something that they identified as a major issue in July 2023, but Hart has been basically informing them that it is a concern before that? Because they said that, they get everything from us. So if we don't tell them it's a major issue, they don't think it's a major issue. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, but in terms of the MCC, we do share with them vacancies and, our position in hiring and how we're filling that. So I want to say this has to do with some of their independent, analysis, but we'll double check to make sure that they have the information.
Yes, could you ask the PMOC how they come up, because it's like automatic, all of a sudden, it appears, I think it was about August or September of 2023, as a major issue number 2. And I just don't think something appears as a major issue all of a sudden like that. And what I'm concerned about is that, what of course comes back is, hey, this is what you guys give us. So if we're the source of the PMOC report, then we're going to have to take responsibility for how they perceive the project. And so I'd like to know how we are presenting these major issues. So if you could, whenever you're ready to let us know about that, next week's board meeting is a bit too early, but yeah, we should have this on a point of consideration. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Yes, Roger.
Just to clarify.
Your mic, Roger.
Just to clarify, I understand that the PMC is not doing independent, first level work, but they do set the risk levels, don't they, independently of Hart? In other words, if they say an item is in the red, that's their independent judgment.
Correct.
Based on a review and a discussion of all the things, which Hart provides that background information, but Hart doesn't offer up that these are it's their color coding system, and they independently determine where it falls on on the system. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we provide the data, the schedule, the cost, all that stuff information. They come, when they are doing their monthly oversight, they're doing their own assessment of that information. What we're so, they'll call out topics that they're interested in, right? MCC is one of them that seems to always be occurring. So they do their own assessment with these colors and these indicators. But yeah, we provide the data.
Thank you.
Members, any other questions?
Chair, quick one. On page 20, under project risk, you note that the P65 cost is now at 8.9 billion, which means the cost has gone down, at least at the moment, the notional savings of $114 million. And I'm wondering where those theoretical, at least, savings are coming from. I mean, it'd be great if we could complete the project for less than 9 billion. Is that actually the case?
Yeah, and I believe when at the time of this report, we had some risks, some high level risks that were creating a significant impact to the overall P65. We had been able to retire or reduce some of those risks based off executing like the 4E, for example, settling AGS. There's some things that had occurred that had kind of allowed us to reduce or retire some risks that were driving.
Good job. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that.
Just keep in mind, this is January report, so that may change.
Yeah, I assume it will.
Any other questions? Natalie? Nope. Okay. Any other questions? So, and this maybe is more of a question for maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe for Lori, but has there been any kind of indication or discussion regarding the recent departure and concerning capacity? Has there been any?
When I met with Ray Tellis and then subsequent the PMOC explaining them what happened, their knee-jerk reaction, and when I told them about Vance, they said, okay, but you, Lori, could you be tied to the hip with him and shadow him in all of the technical meetings, especially to make sure that he's comfortable? But so they just asked me to take a more intimate role temporarily.
Okay.
But there was no panic or anything.
Okay.
Disappointment, of course, and of course condolences.
Okay. All right. If there's no other questions, let's see. Item number 7, core system contractor P3 change order. Lori.
Okay, so this is just a follow-up to the previous, I'm sorry I missed the March POC. So the question was asked, where are these funds coming from? So I did check with Corey Ellis, and it is coming from the CPP allocated contingency. It's going to be $1 million, not 2. Thank you to Roger. He has agreed to take over, pay for half of the settlement. We do have $19 million left in that CPP allocated contingency, so we're just asking approval for the $1 million to settle this P3 cost.
So the request is for $1 million out of this committee.
Yes.
And so, I don't know, board members, if you folks have any follow-up questions. Robert, I'm sure you guys all remember this was a previous item discussed, and I think the question was related, the outstanding question was related to where the funding, where the funds were going to be coming from. And if I'm hearing Lori correctly, there is adequate allocated contingency to cover this change order in the existing CPP. So if there's any questions, Robert?
I have a question. So this deals with the P3, right? So we appreciate the city and DTS picking up half of the tab. But I kind of want to know what the reason is, because the P3 expenditures do not only relate to the core system work and meeting with the core system. We have lawyers, we have financial advisors that also did work on the P3 that, that we incur close to $12 million. So I just want to know what the thought process was for picking up half of the tab, and depending on the thought process, would picking up the other half of the $12 million be appropriate? So what's the thought process
Okay, I
of?
see what you're saying. Okay, so if Hart expended about $12 million during this negotiation,
that's
would
what-
the city pay for half of that?
Well, no, I need to know the thought process. I haven't thought about, because it was still in the construction phase and we were looking at a new delivery method,
sure,
right?
sure.
But if the city concludes for whatever reason that half of this change order they should pick up, then the question is, should they pick up, depending on the reasoning, pick up half of the, it's right here, in the financial statements, the $11.3 million.
I understand the question. I might not be, I'll say as much as I know. I wasn't intimately involved back then, but thank goodness Kathleen is here if she's willing to pepper in where I missed. But the negotiations back then between Hart and Hitachi already had their O&M contract, so there really wasn't much benefit for them to be part of the P3 delivery. So the agreement was that their added expenditures, we would compensate them up to $4 million. It had to be justified, all of the invoices submitted. Based on what they submitted, Kathleen and I drilled in down to the $2 million. Kathleen was the one that reminded me when those negotiations were happening back then, it was agreed back then, administration said they would pay for half. I don't know the logic back then, but they agreed to that. So fast forward to when we finished the negotiations, I forgot about that. And so when Kathleen brought it up, I did ask administration, are you willing to, adhere to that agreement from the previous administration? And they did say yes. But as far as the why, maybe Kathleen, if you don't mind.
Oh, no. That's good enough. If there was an agreement from before, honestly, I didn't know there was an agreement from before. If I did, I probably have forgotten about the agreement. So anyway, as long as it was discussed, before this and not just like in the last few weeks, hey, okay. Thanks, Chair.
Anthony?
Just wondering, is this the last of the P3 expenses?
That's my understanding.
Thank God for that.
Not the last of the claims. There are other kind of claims.
That's true. Last for the P3 claims.
Chair.
I don't understand what you just said. Is it last of the, if it's not the last of the claims, then it's not the last of the expenses?
There are other types of claims, delay claims and other claims.
In other words, but still, will it equal
P3
money?
P3 is done.
And it will equal money, potentially?
The claims.
Yes. Okay, so it's not the last of expenses or claims?
The last of P3 claims.
Wait a minute, how can that be when he's saying to me that it's not?
Claims that have nothing to do with P3 that will be
Right.
forthcoming.
Because Anthony's comment is that the end of the claims? And I just clarified,
P3.
P3 claims.
P3, yes.
Done P3.
End of the P3 claims.
So it is? So you've changed what you just said previously?
He said other claims.
He reacted to Anthony. Anthony was claims. Anyway, I have a question. So I just want to be clear about this, and if it needs for us to go into executive session, you let me know. But I'm just asking for history. So was there a decision made prior to this board, Kathleen, under section 17-112 of the charter, which this sounds like a settlement to me of a potential legal issue
Thanks,
that
Gordon.
has
Thanks,
to
Vance.
come from you guys, core, to the board, or the board, and then the decision is made. So was that already done, and then we're just finalizing this?
There was no previous decision made on the P3 costs for Hitachi, what the amount was, whether or not, in fact, it would be allowed, because the agreement that we were negotiating at the time was never signed. But what this carries forward from those discussions is that the claim for the P3 costs can be entertained under the existing DBOM contract as a claim under the contract. So that's how this is being viewed by both the city and HART, is it's a contract change order. Or on the DB side, it's a contract change order. On the O&M side, it's a contract amendment.
So the question, I guess, for me is that, so we're not talking about a settlement.
Right.
Because if it's a settlement, then I think that under the charter, you've missed a step. You have to bring it to the board instead of coming directly as a change order. That's why I assumed there was a step, because you called it a settlement. And so there had to be that step before we would be at the point where we've decided to call it a change order.
Right, right. So to be more accurate, it's a resolution of a contract claim that's going to be addressed.
So it's
through
not a settlement of the P3's claims, so to speak. Okay, so I would appreciate it if we would be a lot more clearer in how we're resolving these things, because I don't want us to be in violation of the charter. So we are going to, I guess, whatever we may decide to do, I would propose that you help craft a friendly amendment so that we're not calling this a settlement, which is the way this has been touted to now.
Settlement language in the PowerPoint. Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
no, there is. That's why it triggered, but it's not a settlement.
And to address your concern, Chair, that is definitely, while I'm less cautious in speaking, that is definitely something we were very careful about. We have been circulating documentation. And other than making clear that all other claims are waived, it does not read as a settlement.
Okay, so let us be very clear that this is not a settlement, because you've missed steps if it is a settlement. And this is being treated as a resolution of a change and being resolved by resolution of a change order for HART, and however the city categorizes it for O&M. So what is it, an O&M expense?
There were O&M elements.
Yes.
No, I realize that. I'm just saying, however you may decide to call it, just as long as it's not called a settlement.
Yeah, it'll be an expense.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, members. Any other questions online? Michelle? Natalie? No? So Dan, is this is an approval out of the committee? No further action?
It's under 5, right? Okay.
Okay. So, notwithstanding the concerns of Chair, I'd ask for a motion to approve, subject to satisfying the concerns of the Chair raised.
Chair, I propose that we approve this item.
Second?
I say.
Okay, thank you. Motion and second. Is there any objections? Seeing none, motion pass. Moving on to item number 8. City Center Utility Relocation for Electrical Change Order, Vance and Corey.
So this is a request for approval from PLC Board and recommendation to move to the full board for CCUR 4E provisional sum allowance for long lead items. Next slide, please. So we're requesting approval to create a provisional sum for not to exceed $5 million in order to order long lead items for the 4E contract. This scope of work is originally in the CCUR 4 contract, which we will be coming to the board subsequently with a change order to move this work from 4 to 4E. And I'll go through the details in terms of what that scope is here shortly. But that change order will be coming in the next 2 or 3 months. So just to be aware of that, the scope is to transfer the wood poles, the attachment for the wood poles, 138 kV foundations and poles from 4 to 4E. which also includes the permanent steel casings, which is of discussion here today. Due to the lead times and the schedule for the contract, the request is that we allow the contractor to begin procuring the steel casings and the rebar, so all the long lead items that are needed for the 138 kV foundations that support the poles. Next slide, please. So just a little bit of background. I think we covered some of this in the previous discussion. The HMS is the contractor that was awarded the contract for the 4E work back in December of last year for $72,160,144. As of today, there has been no change orders issued to the contractor, and substantial completion date is February 27, 2026. Next slide, please. So if you recall, when we put the CCUR4 out to bid, the electrical drawings weren't complete. And the reason for the CCUR4E contract, CCUR4E contract is responsible for all the cabling work for the 138 kV and 146 and 12 kV, includes all the service drops, connections, equipment that supports that infrastructure. The additional scope of work would include long lead items that needs to be ordered, as I mentioned previously. And this is to get ahead of schedule, not ahead of schedule, but keep schedule. The concern here is, if we wait for the overall change order, this is going to impact the overall schedule for CCUR4E. And as I mentioned, this is for the temporary steel casings for the 138 kV foundations, as well as rebar for the rebar cages for those foundations. Next slide, please. Again, this is for a not to exceed value of $5 million. The contractor will provide the required backup paperwork for the procuring of the equipment, the steel casings and the rebar and whatever else there may be with the long lead items. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we will be coming to the board for a change order to transfer scope from CCUR4 to 4E. And I can talk more on that. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, the 4 contract was let out before the electrical drawings were complete. The foundations and the poles were in CCUR4 contract. As the electrical designs were completed, there were some changes to those foundations, attachments, and poles. So regardless, this would have been a change order to the 4 contractor. After the CCUR4E contractor came on board in discussions with CCUR4 and 4E and the team, it was beneficial for the project to have the 4E contractor install the foundations and the poles. And this has to do with sequencing of the work and the coordination. If you can imagine the 4 contractor putting up poles and foundations for the 138 kV lines and having to coordinate that with another contractor with HART could cause a nightmare. So in order to streamline that work and better manage that work, the work is going to be proposed to be transferred to the 4E contractor. Again, this steel casings, the attachments and poles, this would have been a change order regardless, whether it was to stay with the 4 contractor or with the 4E contractor. This is design refinements that occurred after the fact. So this isn't anything, it's new work that needs to be done and best fit to be in the CCUR4E contract. I think we have one more slide. And this is just a summary recap of all the details that I've provided. Open for questions.
Members, questions?
Just
I
to
got some
clarify, this is not adding to the net cost of this contract, correct?
It is.
Or it is?
Yes.
You good, Anthony?
Yeah, I hadn't understood the presentation.
Okay.
I understood it was 5 million out of that we were moving to get the stuff
No,
moving.
this is more.
Oh.
Chair.
Okay, I'm confused.
It's very confusing.
Well, I'm confused because this is a provisional request. So in other words, you don't have necessarily, I mean, we're accustomed to seeing change orders that say, change order, whatever, is to do X, Y, and Z, and it's going to cost us 4 million, whatever it is. What you're asking us to do is to give you 5 million upfront to do with as you please. That you say, well, we need to do it. So we already, and the other confusing part about this is we gave HMS a contract. This is the one I was talking about earlier. It was part of Colucho, but it wasn't part of the NAN, and NAN had to be a separate contract because they weren't a sub. The current value of this contract is $72,160,144, right? So you haven't touched any of that from what I can gather, or I don't know if you have, or whatever it is. But you definitely haven't used $72,160,144. So usually when we have a change order, we've expended the amounts allocated for a particular thing, and therefore you're coming to us and you're telling us, we need a change order. That's not the situation here, is it? This is, you're telling us, we're gonna need possibly up to 5 million. So can you guys authorize us and give us the 5 million now? Isn't that what you're coming here for?
Basically, yes. So this work wasn't included in their contract. So yes, this is additional work that they will be performing.
But you haven't even got to the point where we're performing that work. But you're saying a provisional. So if you're gonna say, to do this additional work, it's gonna cost, whatever this additional work is, it's gonna cost $4.735 million, which is what we're used to seeing, right? But that's not what you're saying. You're saying, give us provisional authority to spend up to 5 million to give them this extra contract? Isn't that kind of odd? I mean, shouldn't you know how much this work that wasn't included in the contract is going to cost?
We do have an idea, and I believe it's somewhere near $2 million to procure these steel casings. The team has been working with a contractor to solidify the cost for that.
So tell me, what's so important that you need, when you have 72 million of this contract, that you need authorization for up to 5 million if part of it seems like supplies? So that's 2 million something or other. And that you're asking us for authorization for 5 million.
So part of the strategy is to preserve schedule. So right now, NAN has the responsibility to order the poles and attachments
Right.
and rebar, that stuff. But waiting for this design has kind of put them at the point where now it's kind of too close to do so. And so with 4E coming on, what the team has decided, and I think there's some benefit to it, is making sure all of this is aligned under the same contract, instead of trying to deal with both contractors and potentially them being on top of each other, creating
So
inefficiencies.
technically, this is part of NAN's original contract.
Some of it.
Right, some of it.
Some of
So,
it, yes.
so arguably, NAN could order, it has, I mean, with NAN's total contract, 2 million is like a drop in the bucket. I mean, it's not that I'm poo-pooing $2 million, but for what you're asking us to do, and you're asking us to give up oversight, is what you're doing. And I am very, very cautious when you come here to the board and say, give us a blank check of $5 million. And you know, you're gonna hear this from me and the board, so you might as well hear it now. So I just can't understand why this is good policy on our part to just give you $5 million provisionally that you can spend whichever way you want. When you don't come up with an itemized issue, we gave you the $72 million, 160,000, whatever, one for CCUR 4E, because that wasn't part of what NAN was bidding for. But part of this stuff that you're asking us for is part of NAN's contract. So why is it that you're here now when you don't even know what you need the money for?
So part of it, yes, in actuality, it's not part of NAN's contract. So these foundations, yes, the original design foundations is part of NAN's contract.
Wait a minute, it's either part of the contract or it's not part of the
So the
contract.
original foundations, the original design of the foundations are part of NAN's contract. There has been refinements in the design that changed those.
What did they bid on? Did they bid on the original contract?
Original contract, original design
Okay,
foundation.
so if, is there a change order from the original contract that took them out?
Not yet, and that's,
Well, then that's what you need to do, right?
yes. And that's what we will be coming to the board with in the next 2 months or so.
Okay.
With that.
But in the meantime, you want us to give you, what do they call that when you're gambling and you roll the dice?
Slush
Is it-
fund?
No, on the cum or something? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't gamble, but I mean, it sounds like something I've seen on TV. That's what you're asking us to do. You're asking us that we kind of think it's going to be about this and we want to do this and you really don't need the money.
No, we're negotiating with both sides now, with the 4E contractor and with NAM on what that credit is going to look like. So we do have some itemized.
So it's going to end up with a credit.
just-
Somebody's
we're
going to
gonna
end
end
up,
up with credit,
right.
and
So
that's
why
gonna
do
be
we
more.
need to give you money?
Because for schedule purposes, to preserve schedule, we need to order these items now.
Well, can't you tell Nan or whoever it is that's potentially going to give you that to go out and buy
We need
it?
to change order NAM to tell them to order it because some of this is out of their scope. So that's kind of.
Well, it's not out of their scope yet because we
No,
haven't given
it-
them.
it is.
Well, the
It is.
four, the whatever it is, isn't, right?
So the original foundation.
Right, until you change it, the original contract is the original contract.
Mm-hmm.
It's covered by the original contract, it's part of the original contract. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's basic contract
There
law.
are scope items and there are non-scope items in non-contract.
So what
this
is the value of the non-scope items? In other words, what is it that we're not going to get back, that you think you're not going to get back?
That's what we're going to come to you with the next couple months with that credit.
Okay,
So we'll have
okay.
that. We'll have.
But
exactly
you're
that
asking us for 5 million, which includes scope items.
It does not include scope.
Yes, it
items.
does. Until you amend that contract, it includes scope items. You said
I
that,
figure.
see.
Yes, non-scope items.
Right?
That's correct.
You know, I have a great difficulty in just giving you a $5 million blank check. And especially when I think that there's no reason why you can't tell us what it is that you need. And it's not that I don't want to trust you, Vance, or Corey. I just don't want to give out $5 million on the fact that you think you're going to need, but you're saying, well, there's going to be credits, there's going to be all of this. I'm very uncomfortable. Thank you, Mr.
Amount
Chair.
that is non-scope items. Non-scope items.
Yes, we can put that together. We have the.
You know it,
cost-
that's what she's asking.
Yeah, and it's just under 2 million for the steel casings. I can get you an exact number for that.
But you're still asking for 5.
Yes. So I don't have the number for the rebar cages. I need to get with the team on that.
But, you know, I think when you ask us to give you money, you should tell us what the money is for, especially like $5 million. It's not that I don't want to believe in you or I don't trust your calculations. I just want to know what you're asking us to turn $5 million over for. I don't like this provisional thing, which is basically a blank check. But anyway, that's me and I don't vote on this board, so. Okay.
But your
But you
voice
know-
is highly respected.
But you know how I'm going to vote, is what I'm telling you, if it comes
With
to.
that disclaimer, then Roger, go ahead.
Matt, not being an engineer, I noticed that we were buying both steel casings and temporary casings. What are the temporary casings for? And how, can you explain that from a project engineering perspective?
Yeah, so the temporary casings are to support the transfer from one pole to the next pole. And those steel casings, although we say temporary, could become permanent. They could leave it in the ground, which most likely will happen. But you know, as of now, they're temporary as they can be removed.
Any other questions? Anthony?
Next Chair.
Michelle? Natalie?
I'll go after Anthony.
No, I'm done, Michelle.
Oh, okay. I have some pros and cons here that I want to share with the board based on my experience. To be really honest, this was not described really well. I am in favor of long lead because it allows you to buy things early that are going to impact your schedule. So it's always a good thing to do these things. I am also in favor of the contractor doing the work, buying the long lead, because otherwise you have one contractor, I guess, buying stuff, it owning it, and then having to transfer that stuff. And then if it breaks or something else, or if it's delayed, then I can't blame the 4E contractor for it being delayed. I can blame the 4E contractor for it being delayed if I put it on their contract. It's their responsibility. Okay. So these are all pros. But the fact that, like, the same thing as Colleen, you want us to give money to the contractor to buy stuff. I'm totally cool with that. I'm totally cool with long lead. But if they don't even know what they're buying yet, then I can't give them any money. So it sounds like you guys have a little bit more work to do for the rebar, and they're probably pretty close. And my suggestion would be,
I just don't have it.
Because it's a couple $1 million, and a couple $1 million is a couple $1 million, right? That maybe we put this aside and we can have, like, we don't have that many members on our committee. We can even just do a ad hoc meeting to be able to do this. If you think you can have it ready by next week, we could even put it on the full board agenda. And if you're not ready, we can just strike it off, right? But it doesn't seem like HMS is quite ready to tell us how much they think they need. They have the bill of materials pretty well done for, I don't know, the casing stuff, and they don't have it quite finished and talked to you about for the rebar stuff. So I don't think we're quite ready to approve this yet. That's my opinion, because we just don't have everything. And I think it's still a good idea, but I'm just not ready to go for it until, because you really only have cost for half the stuff, or less than half the stuff that you're asking for. Anyway.
Yeah, and I
my
don't
thought.
have the information here, but I know the team does, and we can get that information, for, as Michelle suggested, either, next week Friday or ad hoc, whatever it may be. We can present
Yeah,
that
so
information.
I mean, Kika, my thought is, hey, let's maybe just throw it on the board of directors agenda if you're okay with that, or have a temporary meeting, because you can just approve it in your committee because it's under 5. But I don't really feel like they're quite ready yet, and I'm happy to, do an ad hoc meeting whenever we need to.
Thanks, Michelle. So my understanding, and I think what you had presented earlier, was that you guys are making a request for this committee to refer it to full board because it's up to 5 million. Is that accurate? So it's going to require full board discussion anyway.
It's over 5.
Well, if it's up to 5.
Sorry, over 1 and under 5, right? So that's a range.
So as it reads, they're requesting not to exceed a value of 5. Does that require full board discussion?
It's going to depend on what the exact dollar amount. I mean,
Well, but if we approve the provisional up not to exceed 5, then in essence, we're giving them 5.
then yes, yeah, forward.
So, I mean, let me ask you this question, Vance. I mean, do you believe you'll have the information that Chair and Michelle is asking for by full board next week, Friday?
I'll do everything I can to get that information. I believe we have it already, so shouldn't be
Okay.
an issue.
And I mean, obviously you can hear the concern from the chair and the points that were raised by Michelle. I'm in agreement with Michelle. I understand, what you guys are asking for as far as long lead. But also considering the concerns of the chair, which I also share, we're giving essentially an advance and giving up certain oversight, So there's got to be a little bit more meat on the bones, I guess, so to speak, for us to feel comfortable. And if what you're saying is that you feel you could have that information, by next Friday, then, you know, just so that we can keep the discussion moving, and not hold it up, because if we didn't move it out of this committee, then we'd have to wait to the next board meeting in order for it to actually be approved. And I don't want to, you know, put your scheduling in jeopardy. So, Chair, I'm not sure if you heard any of what I just shared, but what I'm asking Vance and his team to do, and they've indicated that they can provide the information that hopefully will be sufficient for you, as well as addressing some of the concerns that were raised by Michelle regarding giving a little bit more detail as to what some of the cost items would be. So they're indicating that they feel comfortable they can provide that information by the next board meeting. So just to keep the discussion moving, you know, I'm asking the board to consider moving this item forward out of this committee and referring it to full board for further discussion, so that we don't have to wait another month and hold it up in this committee. So if members are comfortable with that, Robert, do you have any other questions?
Oh, I have just
Yes.
one quick question.
Go ahead.
Okay, Vance, Corey, I may have missed it. So when we bid out the CCUR4 contract, I understand electrical wasn't part of it. So when we bid out the electrical contract for CCUR4, we did not include any items in the long lead item list in that contract, right? That wasn't part of the...
No, so going back to what was in the design and what occurred after the CCR4 contract was let out, there has been...
CCUR4, non-electrical.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes. So the 4 contract, non-contract, the foundations didn't include steel casings.
Right.
And subsequent to that, after design refinements, there was a change to the foundations, which include steel casings.
Right.
So those are the casings that will need to be ordered, long lead items.
But that's under the CCUR4 contract, not the CCUR4E contract, right?
Yes. So it would have been a change to CCR4 contract.
Okay, so you're asking for a change order, a provisional sum change to the CCUR4, not CCUR4 electrical.
CCUR4E. So
Okay, I'm kind of confused now.
So I know it's a little confusing. So the foundations and the poles in the CCUR4 contract, that we will be coming with a subsequent change order to remove that scope from the CCUR4 contract and put it in the CCUR4E contract.
Okay.
So in anticipation of that, because there's a change to the foundations and these steel casings are long lead,
Yeah.
they will eventually go into the CCUR4E contract, and we want to order that now before we bring the scope change.
Okay, so I kind of understand all this. So that kind of confirms I understand it a little bit. So if it's in the CCUR4 contract right now, right, you just said, why don't you just have NAN order it?
Because the overall plan is to remove that scope of work and put it in the 4E contract.
Right, I mean,
So
but NAN still could order it, and when you want to remove the scope of that work from NAN to CCUR4 electrical, that goes with it, right? You're not ordering,
To
you could...
Michelle's point that she said earlier, she's accurate. You have one contractor order equipment and you transfer it to another contractor. That liability gets really gray and confusing. So we want to put all of that on the one contractor. You order it, you install it, you have full ownership of that. So Michelle is accurate in that sense. So it is confusing. So maybe if I could put it in buckets, we have A and B. A was part of the original non-contract. There's some B items that we either have to change order it to non, or we're moving it to CCR4E.
Right.
So what we want to do is move A and B to the 4E. We're going to need a deductive change order for the A stuff that we have to bring back to you folks afterwards. But before the we do owe you the numbers for both of this, so that when it comes to the full board, you folks are much more, have the details. We'll
Yeah,
have that.
I'm just wondering why provisional, right? Because that money is in the CCUR4 contract.
Part of it.
Yeah,
The A is part of it.
Okay, so
no, go ahead.
no, yeah, so the A is part of it, and this is not what we're talking about. This is not the
It's
A.
A and B is what
Yeah.
we're talking about today.
Okay, so A is in the CCUR4 contract.
Yeah.
You could just move that amount, have a change order, to decrease CCUR4 and add a change order to CCUR3. I mean CCUR4E. But so that's not provisional because that money is in there for a specific purpose. So that is A. B is the provisional. B is the $5 million.
If I understand the timing right, A was bid, let's say, a year or two ago.
Yeah.
What we're asking 4E to bid on, these numbers aren't the same. That's why it's provisional. We don't have the exact dollar amount today. We can get a ballpark figure, so we can shrink it down from 5 million, but I think the estimate for A and B was kind of close to a little over 4 million. I could be wrong, but you guys need to get those numbers for the board by next week.
Okay.
And so it's the number, let's say non-bid on back in 2022 is not going to be the same of what's going to be cost today. It's 2 years later.
Okay.
So that's why the provisional, but we can get a more
Yeah,
detailed
I guess I'm
breakdown.
not really understanding why we're using the word provisional because you have an estimate on what all those items cost, right? Let's just say those items are $4.8 million. Wouldn't you just ask for a change order for $4.8 million and the support would be the list of items and the estimated pricing for all those items that you need to order, right? So there's real,
So that's the intent. By next week, for the board meeting, the full board, we will have the breakdown of A and.
so you don't have the list yet?
Yeah, I don't think we have.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay,
Yeah, we're
okay.
close.
Now I'm clear. Yeah, okay.
So
I
let
hear
me
you.
let me
Thanks.
just ask this follow-up question then, just to kind of maybe relieve some of the I don't want to call it confusion, but the use of the word provisional. If you're able to get more details on exactly, well, not exactly, but as close as possible, what items and their costs by next Friday, could we remove the word provisional and just call it a change order?
I don't think so, because it won't be ordered by then. So we have an estimate, the contractor will probably get an estimate from a vendor, but what if something happens, all the shipping or
Okay,
so,
all right.
but we can get much closer
Yeah.
to, instead of, like you said, a blank check of 5 million, okay, we need about 4.8, and here's the breakdown. But that's why we still probably need the word provisional, because until that thing is ordered, delivered, checked, signed, that's.
And the reason why we're doing this now versus at a later point when we have more information is because of the long lead items.
Correct.
That we want to get a jump on so that we don't jeopardize the schedule.
Correct.
Okay? So
36 months.
I mean, if the committee is comfortable with moving this forward, I'm sure there's going to be a lot more discussion in the full board. But considering the comments from Chair as well as Michelle and, if there's a motion and a second to move it out of committee and onto the full board.
Chair, yeah, because the board could always say that you haven't got enough information, so we're not going to take up this agenda item and we'll put it off for a month. But if you do have the information, then we can move on it. And on that basis, I'm prepared to make the motion that we move this item on up to the board.
Second.
Thank you. Motion and second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion is passed. And we look forward to the information at the next board meeting. Appreciate it for answering Corey. Okay, so next agenda item number 9, City Center relocation progress update.
There you go. You can go to the next slide. Just,
quick overview map where geographically CCR4, CCR3 is located. And this is similar to the past presentation in regards to CCR3. Next slide. Just a recap on the CCR4 contract. The contractor is Nan Inc. Contract was awarded back in August of 22. NTP was issued October 22. And to date, there was only one change order issued, and this is for travel lane repair and pedestrian safety. This is for the lane that Nan is not doing work on to upkeep the lanes, potholes, repair potholes, clean up the streets, make sure it's safe for the traveling public, for vehicles and for pedestrians. And our current expected contract substantial completion date is December 2025. Next slide. Just the overall progress graphs. This is, straight from the monthly report. I'll turn it over to Corey.
Yeah. So this is the progress curve, but I do want to highlight that this curve differs from the one that's in the progress report, because as I mentioned earlier, what we're seeing is this slower production than projected. So those next few grayer bars kind of demonstrate what we see the next several months as before we anticipate some of these conflicts that they've hit will be released, and then they can start doing their duct banks and really their progress will shoot up after that. So you can see clearly that the projected line is getting closer to the late plan. And that's why we're going to start to show some more cautious language on the schedule as far as being on time. But we're working with the contractor and the team to make sure that they bring in the resources. They're going to get another J grouting rig, and they're going to start seeing the production shoot up somewhere towards the end of summer.
Thanks, Corey. Next slide. Just a quick rough breakdown of the percent complete based on the categories: wet utilities, dry utilities, site civil, general conditions, and the total there at the bottom. And then next slide, just some pictures, as everybody likes pictures to see some of the work that's ongoing. This is some manholes and duct banks for the dry utilities along Dillingham Boulevard. And then the next slide is another set of photos for some steel sheet piles for jacking pit and microtunneling. So understand this is a standing item on the PLC agenda. So I know this is just CCR4, but moving forward, we'll both update CCR3 and CCR4 as a summary update. I believe they asked for that.
Chair.
Yes.
Quick question, just going back to the question, the conversation we had earlier about the number of crews that Nan's got on this project. If they had the 9 crews, would we see a difference in that graph? Or is then the extra crews couldn't have gotten us any further, but we will expect extra crews to come on to produce the ramp up that you've been talking about, Corey?
Yeah, I've asked a similar question, and right now the sentiment is extra crews wouldn't be efficient right now because they have some conflicts that we're working on, and some of those conflicts won't be resolved till about June. So right now, we can see in their schedule clearly the production that they need to hit to stay on schedule, and that would require more crews. But right now, until some of these conflicts are resolved, they wouldn't really have a lot of work to do.
And Nan acknowledges that they're going to need those extra crews, and do we think they have the capability of hiring those crews given the environment out there at the moment?
They feel confident they're going to bring in more resources. I don't expect that to reach the baseline that they've established with the 9 crews overnight. I don't think it's going to get to that point, but they are going to bring in more crews and make sure they can meet the production rates that's in their schedule.
Any other questions, members? Natalie, Michelle? Nope.
Just one quick one.
Okay. Yes, Robert?
Oh, just quick question. Does CCUR and the CCUR4 and CCUR4 electrical their substantial completion date should be different, right?
Correct.
Okay, so CCUR 4 would be completed before the electrical.
Correct.
Okay, just thanks.
Any other questions? So I think earlier question that Robert had asked, you know, and some of the discussion that we've had on the previous agenda item related to the provisional change order, you know, maybe it might be helpful to delineate between the two on the cash flow. But my understanding though, that wouldn't change the CPP, right? It would just be like a sub account under the primary CPP, right?
Yeah, they're currently separated by CPP. They have
Oh,
a
they do?
unique CPP. So
4 and 4E?
for E.
Okay.
Yes, they do. So yeah, we could easily separate.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then, and there'll be subsequent change orders to descope 4?
That's correct. Okay. Yeah, we're anticipating a credit for some of that work that's going to move to 4E, and then there's going to be an add to 4, obviously, or 4E. Sorry.
Members, any other questions?
No, but I want to thank you for the pictures because, you know, the work in Dillingham is much more visibly obvious than the work in City Center. And it's incredibly disruptive, right? And so thank you for the pictures. It's nice to actually see like some of the work that's getting done. Thank you.
Vance, you had something you wanted to add?
Nope.
No? Okay. If there's no other questions, we can move on to item number 10. So before we move on to that item, so is this going to be a standing update on this?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was.
But I asked him, I said, no, I thought you folks asked for 3 and then 4. So I didn't know it was going to be a standing item.
My
Up to
misunderstanding.
you.
Well, I mean, I think what we were looking for when we asked for this was kind of like a one-time update. You know, it is covered in the monthly progress report, and if there are specific questions that any of the members want to ask, I guess we could do it in the progress report. And if we see a need to have to revisit a specific update specific to CCR, we could do that in the future. So unless there's any dire request to have this as a standing, maybe we can just do it on an as-needed basis and appreciate you folks providing this update, okay? Okay, with that said, we can move on to item number 10, 138 kV project update. Is there someone else, or are you guys going to be?
You're stuck with me.
Okay, sounds good.
We initially had someone else teed up to present, but he's out sick today. So unfortunately, you're stuck with me. So at the request of the board, we wanted an update on the Kamehameha Highway Guideway overhead utility relocation. Next slide. So this is for the utility relocation of the 138 kV along Kamehameha Highway on the Mackay side and of the Guideway. And we talked about, you know, this being up already and we are in service, but the agreement with HECO was that we would eventually underground these lines, and they allowed us to move forward with construction. And I'll provide some background and history to that. So HECO's requirements for their maintenance and safety of their workers, they require 50-foot clearance from the 138 kV lines to allow bucket trucks, cranes, and whatever equipment they need to maintain those lines and the poles. To comply with that, we initially discussed during the design phase that the 138 kV would all be underground on Camp Highway because we couldn't meet those clearance requirements. In, I believe, 2012 timeframe, there was a study that was performed where we took a look at the lines, the distances the lines are from the guideway, what other options we have to minimize the cost there to underground, because obviously undergrounding those lines all along Camp Highway was very expensive. So based on those studies and with the use of special trucks and equipment, we were able to come to an agreement to reduce that maintenance requirement or distance to 32 feet, 35 feet, 32 feet plus a 3-foot buffer. And that's where the special trucks that were procured occurred. And during that discussion, HECO reviewed, analyzed. They did a site visit to look at those trucks to ensure that they can meet those requirements, and they agreed to that. So that significantly reduced the amount of area that needed to be underground, though there are still some areas that need to be underground. There's also, if you can go to the next slide, Chad. So this is just a quick high-level map, but what we were able to do with HECO, with those trucks and the analysis that was performed, we reduced the area that needs to be underground. We also were able to relocate poles, so either moving poles left, right, east, west, north, south to meet that 35-foot requirement. They agreed to that. Also reframing, so if you look at that photo there on the right, those arms that support the 138 kV lines, we've discussed reframing that, so basically turning that pole 180 so that the arms are on the right side versus the left side, so we can meet the 35-foot clearance. Along with that, there are some areas where we need to construct a crane pad so that HECO can stage their crane pad, which also required relocating some gas utility lines for that pad construction. Next slide. So just a further zoomed in map of the location. So if you take a look at the colors, the orange color there on the far left, near the Waiau power plant. Unfortunately, with the reframing and moving the poles, we still don't meet the 35-foot clearance, so that area will need to be underground. Everything in green there to the right of that will all either be reframed or poles will be moved or reoriented so that we can meet the 35-foot clearance. So if you can imagine, if we had to underground that entire section, it'd be quite costly, time consuming, and impacts to that area. Next slide. So right now, the current contract we have is for the design and construction support contract. The contract budget is $8.8 million. Right now we have $1.8 million remaining. The HECO design is at 95%. We're still waiting for that last 5% to have complete designs. Right now, scheduled to have that in June timeframe. And then for the construction of this work, that contract hasn't been let out yet, but we are estimating $40 million for that work. And right now, in our schedule, we're looking at first quarter of 2026. With all the work that's going on Dillingham and throughout the state in terms of the HECO work, we're trying to coordinate, what's best timing-wise to get this work done. Keeping in mind, HECO's schedule, our schedule, the work that's going on currently, and making sure that all fits in resource-wise and schedule-wise for HECO. I think that's the last slide. Open for questions.
Members, any questions?
Hey, how is the rail?
Hang on, Michelle.
No, let me.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, this is kind of a dumb question, but kind of, we always kind of dump on HECO, but I'm really curious how the rail is running and this construction hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, in terms of operations, and Roger can probably speak better than I, there has been no impacts in terms of the HECO connections and services. We haven't seen many power outages, and the lines that are currently up don't impact the service. Like you said, it's been up since we've opened and even before that. And throughout that time, I'm not aware of any maintenance or any issues that HECO has with those lines. The maintenance for those lines occur, very infrequently, so I don't expect a lot of maintenance to occur on those lines.
So why do you need to construct anything? Why can't you just leave it the way it is?
It's a good question. Other than not meeting their maintenance
We're hoping we could have Hiko and you guys talk to them. We would love to save that $40 million, honestly.
No,
But
seriously, this is a serious question, though.
No, it is
you know?
serious. If you look at that green map, that Vance talked about, they have been very, helpful. That the green line, we haven't had to underground. They let Hart build the guideway with the understanding we were going to underground it, but our designers went back to them and pushed. What can we stay above ground? What can we go underground? So the green is what is being allowed to stay above ground, and it's the red. But trust me, we are pushing back really hard on that side, even on Dillingham, because it's very costly. You folks, all of you always bring it up every board meeting, how much we're spending on this. And we really do not want to have to do this, but HECO keeps pushing that. In order to do O&M on their lines, they need that minimum 35-foot clearance for safety O&M. And so to Vance's point, he says, yeah, but how often are you going to do it? But it's still their policy that this is the clearance they need for safety for their staff.
Yeah, but that would mean that in order for that part that's overhead that has to go underground that's going to cost us 40 million, they had to write a waiver to even their 35-foot clearance to be able to leave it in operations. So I guess I'm still confused on the rails running now. We're POW, right? Why do I have to do
it? It has nothing to do with the rail running. It has to do with if they ever have to do maintenance on those lines that are above ground, they don't have the safety clearances. So they're on good faith. They say, okay, go ahead. We know you guys are trying to keep your schedule. Go ahead, build your guideway, but you need to come back and underground these portions where we don't have the minimum clearance for safety purposes.
Okay, but then on the map thing, where am I? On the map, it's like on page whatever it is, it's really far away from the guideway.
Is that the photo?
Which map are you?
The satellite imagery.
On the first slide. So
yeah, like look where the guideway is and look where the road is.
Yeah, it's not 35 feet.
It's not 35 feet.
No.
So
it's fairly close. If
they're
you're on the
allowing
guideway
it to be,
walking in.
anyway, right now in operations, they're allowing it to be less than 35 feet, but with the agreement that we're going to put it underground.
Yeah, so let's say something happens. So if you're looking at that photo, if something happens to that 138 kV line, they have to bring it down and do repairs to it. They're saying right now we don't have the clearance. So we're crossing our fingers that there's not going to be something urgent that happens now from the time that we underground it.
So we're at risk. Basically, we're at risk because they have no way to maintain it safely.
That's what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, Roger.
So how long is the stretch that in linear feet or miles?
Ooh.
I'm just trying to figure out 40 million, and most of that's not undergrounding. Most of that's only, it looks like a small portion is underground. So I guess just for the public, the cost of undergrounding is really astronomical. And that's my takeaway. That these contribute to system costs, these massive costs of utility relocation, and in this case, we talk about, if you look at Hart, a 20-mile system, $10 million, that's $500 million a mile. But the utility parts are a good chunk of that $500 million a mile. And I also note in the San Jose project that's going on now in California, they are doing 1.5 billion per mile.
Wow.
And yes, Jim.
So are you saying that on the ones that they're permitting to stay above ground, that we have to move them?
Either reframe them or shift some poles.
So when you say reframe them, are you reframing the lines to the other side?
Yes.
Okay. So does that then mean that you can just hang on the other side and put in something on the poles? Or are you going to have to actually remove the poles somehow and turn them around?
I believe it's the attachments that go on the pole, but we could double check.
No. Okay. I happen to know this because I litigated this with HECO. So the reason is because if you have to remove the poles, the poles are really dug into, the base is concrete pours into the ground, right? So now, if you're gonna remove that, it's not simply, okay, we'll dig this pole up and then we'll turn it around. You probably either have to dig a new hole, because the base, to hold the 138 kVs, even if this is what we call a single hung system, you are going to have to shift it. And you can't just pick up that pole and turn it around. It's concrete on the bottom. That's the pillar that's holding this thing up. So that's why I'm curious that if you have to move it, have you guys figured out or priced that out?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
For that specific case?
Yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head.
But the 40 million is supposed to be to reframe all of those poles?
It's a combination of reframing or moving poles or reconstructing poles. It's not the same throughout.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you're gonna touch those poles. So you're gonna have to either, what are you gonna do? You're gonna cut them and then you can put in new poles, or what exactly are you intending to do?
We have to do new poles, to your point. Yeah, you can't just turn it around.
No, you can't turn them
And
around.
the other thing we need approval too is what we're doing on Kamehameha Highway. We need HDOT approval to abandon in place, because HECO was gonna make us dig that whole thing out 30 feet. It's like, I'm not gonna do that. That's gonna cost more money, and from
No,
an
that's
engineering
my point,
perspective,
Lori, that it would cost you probably more money than undergrounding.
So what we've gotten approval from Ed, thank God for Ed, cut the first top 5 feet and then just cover it up. And HECO is, as long as we have an MOU with that HDOT is okay with that, we are doing that. But
So you're gonna cut the first 5 feet of the pole off?
top 5 feet underground, so if
Right.
the ground, yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna actually need a new pole. Because the question is the distance on the 138 kVs, because you have to hang it a certain distance from the ground. So if you cut 5 feet or whatever, that's not enough to.
No, that's to abandon it in place, to put in a new
Right,
pole.
right. But then that pole that you take up, you're either gonna have to pour, because that's what's gonna be the base. Just so everyone understand, the base is concrete. It's not, like what we would think, you take a pole and you stick it in the ground and you cover it. That's not the way 138 kV poles are made. So 138 kV poles, you have the metal on the top, but it really goes into a concrete base. So if you're gonna put that in, I guess the question is, of the pole that you remove, right? Are you gonna be able to reuse that and just flip it around and put it back into a ground? But you're gonna drill another hole, right? For every one of those poles. 40 million seems awfully low.
Yeah, and it's a combination of that. So, and we can go back and double check, but some of them is the poles remain and we're just reframing that pole. So attachments on the opposite side and moving the.
Yeah, but how are you
cables
gonna
on that side too.
reattach on the opposite side?
Well, we would have new attachments that would go on the opposite side. So the pole wouldn't move, the pole would just remain in place and we just put the attachments on the opposite side.
No, but that's what I mean. The attachments are linked to those things that are hanging off the side. So are you saying that you have the manufacturer's approval that you're gonna be able to attach new things? You're gonna weld them on this other side?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can put other arms on the other side of the
Right.
pole. You have them on one side now, but the pole is meant to have attachments on both sides.
Not that pole. There's a different 138 kV pole that has attachments on both sides. This is not the one. This is a single hung
So
pole.
we're going to designs right now, the engineer of record, where, to Michelle's point, can we put attachments on the opposite side without having to take down the poles? So yes, we are getting that approval from the engineer of record.
So you're trying to prove that. So how many, I guess what we need to know is how many are gonna be,
There's 38 altogether, right?
no, so yeah, how many are gonna be which way? Because so many are gonna be underground, so many are gonna have to be dug up and moved, so many are gonna have to be dug up to switch it. I just think your 40 million is too low. I really do. knowing what the initial cost estimate was for the single hung 138 kVs on Kamehameha Highway.
We'll go back and take a look, and we'll look at a breakdown of which poles are what, and which one's being reframed, which one's being demolished or removed.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank
take a
you.
look.
Any other questions, members?
Chair, just a quick one. I'm actually more concerned by the stuff going underground than the stuff going overhead, especially because the Waiau power plant might be underwater by the end of the century, and so we're undergrounding the electrics close to the plant. So that stuff is going to be subject to flooding. Are the chasers that we build, the conduits we build, they're all designed to deal with sea level rise? Do we know?
That specifically, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's basically HECO's design.
Well, I hope they know what they're doing. I mean, 'cause it's very easy to go to NOAA's sea level rise viewer map, and it shows that power plant at the end of the century, it's 6 feet of sea level rise is being surrounded, if not inundated by water, and that's where we're planning to do this underground section. So I'd appreciate it if you could ask them that question.
When is this date?
End of the century?
Okay.
NOAA's latest estimate, 4 to 6 weeks.
Isn't the city's one earlier than that?
Any other questions? So, Vance, the poles that I see here on page one, the pictures of the pole, were those existing, pre-existing the project, or were those put in by?
No, pre-existing.
No, they're pre-existing.
Yeah.
Okay. And the 50-foot clearance, I mean, it's a safety clearance. Is that now going forward to be reduced to 35 feet, even after the undergrounding and the redesign? Is that going to stay at 35 feet, or is it going to go back up to 50?
No, it will stay at 35 in this section.
So,
Yeah.
so HECO has signed off on reducing the safety clearance from 50 to 35 feet for this area.
I mean, Chip Fisher.
You know,
I
so,
think his study for the city. Yes,
you know, I guess, you know, part of the reason, and
So
to just kind of clarify, you know,
number comes from.
my understanding is the equipment that was ordered for this particular, well, the previous plan, part of what caused the rethinking, I believe, is that when you put the hoist up at that height with the amount of clearance that is provided, the equipment becomes very unstable. And it puts the workers who are maintaining those lines at risk. And if you look at the heights of these lines, they're about 110 plus feet. So that's really what's kind of driving some of the decisions to make the changes and the undergrounding. So once we do that, are we still going to have to, what's happening with the equipment to get up that high?
The specialized equipment that we purchased for HECO.
Or the new equipment that's going to be used to service these lines? I mean, has the stability been tested at those heights and clearances?
Yeah, so we have designers on both sides, both the contractor and, or the designer and HECO's. HECO's designers are intimately involved, and actually in one of the meetings, we're trying to figure out who is responsible, because these poles are pre-existing, to your point, they're over 40 years old. So both engineers are who's going to be the engineer of record to take on that liability of these old poles, but actually it's HECO's designers that are taking on.
And prior to the rail line coming through, there wasn't a clearance issue.
Correct.
But because of the rail line, it creates that clearance issue, which impacts safety.
HECO was amenable to giving us, they did their own analysis, they had their own consultant do a study to make sure they could comfortably give the 35 feet. But to Vance's point, this is not a blanket. They're taking each one on a case-by-case basis. Same thing down Dillingham. You know, they're asking for 50-foot clearance, but there just doesn't exist now. So we're asking them, can you minimize that, because we're having to take the land. And so we're stuck in the middle between, like, let's say, Kamehameha Schools and HECO. And it's like, can we be reasonable on both sides? And both sides are
So I guess, the reason I'm asking these questions is there are indirect impacts of the rail that I think when we talk about these kinds of decisions that we should keep in mind. In the indirect impact here is the position of the rail line has created potential secondary impacts to safety of maintaining those lines, which we should keep in mind and be cognizant of because, 110-foot fall is not just a skip. Just throwing that out there to keep in mind, why something like this might be necessary, and unfortunately, it is an added cost to the project. But I think in the name of safety, it's just worth considering and keeping in mind. So
HECO is really good about they're weighing the risks, right? What they know the cost impact to us, and that we push back as much as we can. So that's why they do take it on a case by case, because they could on a blanket, nope, everything 50-foot underground, everything. And as we're talking to them, they're worried about their ratepayers. I said, yeah, but your ratepayers are the same as our ratepayers. So if we can weigh the risk, minimize the risk, but still what is in the best interest of the project too. So they really are trying to be helpful.
and the safety clearances are not arbitrary numbers.
Yes, correct.
They are and they are national standards that are supported by the industry. So it's just not something that I think we should take lightly, and appreciate the presentation.
Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Laurie, when we talked about the 138 kVs before and then the clearance, HECO at that time agreed to a special truck that was going to be usable on certain areas. And I thought that this area was prime because, it's not like trying to go down Dillingham, because that was the issue. They were under the impression that they could use it on Dillingham, but there wasn't enough space. There's clearly enough space. So is the position now that those trucks that I believe Hart bought upon the request of HECO for exactly this, the maintaining of lines, and I concur with Kika that the HECO employees, they are the ones who should be of paramount concern. But it was HECO who said these trucks would work. So are they saying now that these trucks will not work on maintaining?
So that's what dropped it from 50 down to 35.
But clearly, if it worked, we wouldn't be talking about moving poles or doing whatever else.
I think if you go back to that map, if we didn't buy the trucks, that map wouldn't have as much green as there is. It'd be more red.
So we're not gonna touch the bulk of those poles? Is that what you're saying now?
No, so if we didn't have the trucks, that whole line would have to be underground because we don't meet the 50-foot clearance that they require.
Right, no, I understand
But
that.
because we purchased the trucks for HECO, we were able to reduce that 50-foot clearance to 35, which allows us to keep the poles where they are, reframe the lines, make some shifts, minor shifts, so that we don't have to underground.
So then these trucks are gonna permit the HECO employees to maintain the lines as long as we have the 35-foot clearance.
Correct.
So the reformatting of whatever it is. So we don't have to get new trucks. The trucks are gonna work as long as, for some magical reason, it's gotta be 35 feet, right?
Yeah.
So, but it doesn't seem to be so much of an issue of the employees being able to maintain the lines through the trucks as it is just the space that they need to have the trucks there.
Yeah, they've done extensive research in terms of those trucks. They actually went out to, I want to say it was Virginia or somewhere in the mainland, to physically look at the trucks and see what the trucks are capable of. And taking into account, the distance from the guideway to the lines, the distance needed for the boom or the crane to extend out to reach the 110 feet, and the angles that they require to do servicing and maintenance. And they were able to determine that, yes, they can maintain these lines with that 35-foot clearance.
Okay, thank you, because that was my understanding, that the employees would be okay as long as we had sufficient clearance, and that was the problem with Dillingham, is that we couldn't have the clearance, but the trucks could do the maintenance. I mean, they would permit safe maintaining of the lines. Thank you, but good luck with digging up those poles.
You know, just looking at your photographs, and thank you for creating that visual addition. When you look at the detail on the right, where the crane is on this public guideway, right? And you're saying you're gonna take those lines and you're gonna put it on the opposite side of the pole, right? If you look at that, but I just noticed that on the right-hand side of the pole, there's also a public guideway, right? So if that, or street, if that crane was on the right-hand side on the street, you're gonna create the same situation that you're trying to build, really. So if you take the crane and put it on the street to the right of the pole, it's actually taking that photo and flipping it over like this. You see what I'm saying? It creates the same angle of the crane reaching its destination for service. It's just an observation.
Yeah, and a lot of that right side of the pole is all businesses. There's actually some businesses, parking lots, buildings, and whatnot. So it's not
So there's a street on that side of the pole.
Right.
Not
First, same as this, but I'm guessing $40 million is saying that you don't want to coordinate with the businesses to say, hey, for the next 3 days, we're gonna have our truck parked here. And you're gonna stop the traffic on the right and say that you're gonna inconvenience a business for 3 days, right?
Correct.
Is that
Yeah, and
that's the 40 million? That's what you're buying for $40 million.
No, but when you say we're buying, you mean like, are we getting an easement from the business or something?
No, you're not buying it. You're purchasing the movement of the wires for $40 million to buy the inconvenience of the businesses. Okay. It looks like there's the room, that's why. But that's just an observation, my observation.
Well, I know you've studied this in enormous detail, but I look at the schematic on the right and I see the crane tilting from the truck sideways, which requires a much greater angle than if the truck were to tilt its crane this way in the direction of the truck. If you park next to the pole and raised your crane like this instead of raising it like that, is that something that was looked at? I mean, why? I mean, it seems like we want to raise a crane, we're going to take the most space possible. If we parked on the right-hand side of the road and raised it this way, you would be taking up much less space.
So I'm going to caveat my response that, I'm just not my expertise. But there are limitations to the angles of the crane. If it's a 90-degree angle, as it's shown here, it doesn't pose a safety risk in terms of tipping, as Kika brought up earlier. Once you start changing that angle and you're doing a lift or a pick, where that crane is no longer 90 degrees from the truck, there's a lot more risk and there's a lot more precautions that need to be put into place, like outriggers for the truck, counterweights, and things like that.
I'm not an engineer, but intuitively I would have thought there would be more risk of the truck tipping if you're raising the crane to the side than if you were raising it over the length of the length of the truck. It just intuitively seems like it would be a better way to go.
Yeah, so maybe we should do an excursion and, get up 110 feet in the bucket and give everybody
For that.
a good perspective on what it looks like from the bird's eye view. Yeah, so I appreciate the presentation. So I guess clarification, so they are gonna utilize the equipment that was purchased to do it under the current clearances. And they've certified and tested that that's enough clearance for those heights.
Yep.
To safely maintain. Okay, all right. Well, appreciate it. If there aren't any other questions, that is the last item on the agenda. And appreciate Vance, welcome to the
Can we
POC.
review actions?
Yes.
Kika?
Michelle, what was that?
Can we review what was requested by some of the board members and the actions before we adjourn?
Can I review actions?
No, can can Vance or somebody review the actions and the requests that some of the members made before we adjourn your committee?
Yeah.
Anybody want
For-
to take a shot at it?
Yeah, I can. So for agenda item number 3, we will have Hiko come and testify the need for that easement, and Krista will update her PowerPoint before, we were supposed to post everything today, but she's gonna update her PowerPoint before the posting for, we're gonna post the agenda today, but she's gonna update her PowerPoint, so we probably won't post it till a couple of days later or give it to you folks at the Friday meeting. On number 4, what are the landowner's rights, and is HECO gonna pay for anything or in kind? On number 5, it's change the wording on the table on page 4. Michelle wants the HART procurement manual and also the state procurement's requirements training for the selection members and the CEO.
I think the easiest thing for that one, Lori, would just be a matrix because like some of the people that need to be trained are on the source selection team. So just put like source selection team member 1 or something. Don't put either a position or their name. Just do a matrix with what training is required and the date that they completed it, because the state procurement office has these requirements for people that work on this stuff, right? And the managers that review it.
I would point out that most of the operation and maintenance would be with DTS, not HART employees or HART contractors.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the procurement training standards.
Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that everybody's trained to the level that they need to be for working on all the procurements. I'm the most concerned with the CCGS.
Where does HART see the MCC as a risk? Did HART or PMOC identify this as an issue back in July? And how is HART presenting the info to the PMOC? And then for item number 10, how many of the polls for each category? I put it on page 2 of the PowerPoint because Vance has it as new polls, repositioning, so he can get that information. How many polls for each category, and is HECO taking into account sea level rise?
One other, just, and kind of, I think, to Robert's earlier question in the beginning, and I believe you answered it, but the CPPs for CCR 4 and 4E, they are separate?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't know if that addresses your concern or?
No, well, I don't see where it's, sorry, I don't see where it's separate on here.
It's in the CPP. It's not shown in the cash flow.
Oh,
So in the CPP, we have, I think it's 511.1, .2, and .3 for CCR 4, 3, and 4E.
can you
It should be in the
reflect that
front.
in the cash flow?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
no, if it's in here, I don't want you guys to do any extra work.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
think
let
it's
me just find that
attachment
table.
Maybe you want
A or
to
whatever
take that
it
up
is.
in finance, Robert?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
think
sounds good. If there's, Michelle, is that good?
Yeah, I think I might have not heard everything. Lori, did you say that I think we had one where we were talking about CCUR 4 and 4E, and we wanted everybody to put the all of the estimates in because we were missing the rebar estimates. So we need the estimates for all of everything. Did you say that already?
Well, that's for the full board, yeah. So that
Yeah.
presentation is gonna be for the full board, yep.
Right. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Sounds good. Meeting adjourned.
Are we going to the 8:45?
Good afternoon. It's 12:05, and I'm going to call the Hart Finance Committee meeting to order. I am Robert Yu, and with me are Roger Morton here, Kika Bukowski, Arthur Tolentino is excused, Michelle Chun Brungraber.
Present. I don't think I'm on your board though.
Yes, she is.
I am?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You've been slacking.
And also joining us are Chair Hanabusa and member Anthony Aalto.
I'm here as well.
Sorry,
Rob.
Nally. Yeah, and Nally Iwasa joining us virtually. Oh yeah, and Vice Chair Edwin Young is excused. So we move to item number 2, public testimony on all agenda items. Are there anyone in the public that want to testify on the agenda items? Okay, hearing none, let's get to item number 3, which is the cash flow report. Richard?
Morning, everyone. Richard Oshiro, Deputy Director, Budget and Finance. This month, I'll go through just the main highlight items. This is the 1 month where, because of the date of the meeting, there's actually 2 actual periods that we're reporting on. So I'll go through main items for both, for February actual as well as March actual, and then I'll open it up for questions at the end. More or less, any shifts that we had in February, there was a small plus minus between GET and TAT. There was 5.2 million in interest income and or lease rent for February. For March, which is the other large item at the top line for sources of funding, we were expecting the $125 million to come in. Sadly, I got it pushed to this week. So right now, the package is being routed and put into ECHO as we speak. And Lori mentioned earlier, the 125 should come in by the end of the month. So that's the big changes with regard to any shifting in revenue sources for the remainder of the year. I'll go down through project uses. So here's what I did just from a top line standpoint so you folks can understand what was done for April through the remainder of the fiscal period. Corey did mention, as well as Vance, that there are milestones that are coming up for AGS. I went and adjusted the cash flow schedule to match those milestones. So by and large, you see those large round numbers. Those are the targets for the milestones. In April, since we're talking out loud about DB 450, which is AGS, at $12.5 million that's projected for April. I just approved that for release this morning. So that's actually a final number in the April projection. The other area that was adjusted, as Corey and Vance mentioned, there are conflicts going on with regard to certain areas of CCUR, and therefore the higher cash flow projection that was done from last month was lowered by about $8 million a month. So it went from 24 down to 16. I put that all the way through to September of 24. And Corey did mention that the conflict should probably still exist through the summer. And just to be conservative from a cash flow standpoint, of course, it flows into the following quarter. So you'll see the 16 million straight line also pushed from the fourth quarter of 24 into the first quarter of 25. Elevator and escalator, I also adjusted that one down. I looked at the SOV schedule for the remainder of the install and or commissioning or anything like that with regard to maintenance for any of the elevators. It just so happens that every single month, there's going to be some type of scheduled completion and or commissioning. So what you see there for elevator and escalator should be the critical path targets for monies that's going to be paid out for the rest of the year, as well as the first quarter of FY25. I also adjusted the final design dollars for CCGS and for 138 kV that we had a construction discussion earlier. I put all of that out for final design, actual drawings, things like that. So I pushed that out to the back of that work schedule. So you don't see it on the monthly, but it does balance out to the end of on the project on the annual schedules. Other than that, every other support contract, just to be conservative, what I did for the remainder of the year, just so that there aren't huge fluctuations, Robert, I went and looked back 9 months for the actual performance and level of effort for every contract. I took the average of that and I just put that in for basically April, May, and June. So at least there aren't going to be huge shifting of dollars out for any subsequent months. And then also you folks know that we are doing the risk refresh. I'm sure that's almost done, as well as the procurement for CCGS, at which point we will re-baseline all the contracts, including all the support services. So that was the intent for this particular period. And I think going forward for the remainder of the quarter as well, we'll try and keep an eye on fiscal responsibility for the spend for the rest of 24, but more or less, because most of the support services contracts are in fact level of effort, barring any huge shifts in project assignments, the dollar spend should be consistent with what was previously produced for the last 9 months.
Okay, thanks.
I'm trying to look if there's anything else that I really touched. There were no other large shifts in cash. I did update Krista's schedule for the next 9 months. So you do see that her burn rate went down significantly. So those dollar amounts that you see now in TPAR from April through September, and then for another 3 months that slip into the annual schedule, those are her actual estimated projected cash flows for the remainder of the next 6 months. I did adjust some of the operational expenses for Hart 201. Precast yard remained the same. And the only last thing that will be adjusted eventually is that Rick has Bank of America looking at the bond scheduling for spend. So once we get that back, and of course it is indicative of what happens with regard to the award of CCGS and other potential large shifts in cash, we'll revisit the bond issuance. And then, of course, update these schedules. So that's a report for the month.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Members, any questions? Okay, hearing no questions, just a quick comment.
Sure.
So for the risk refresh,
Yes.
when do you think the financials could, when do you think the risk refresh numbers would be finalized, that the cash flow and other financial information would be updated?
We should be finalized with that in the next couple weeks.
Okay.
I suspect.
Cool.
I believe we were going to have a pig or something to talk about the details of that report.
Okay,
and then
sure.
we'll come out,
Yep.
publicly with what we can.
Okay, thanks, Corey.
It's on the full board agenda. That's going to be posted today.
Okay. Rob.
Related to that, the two big factors are going to be the risk refresh changes and then the guideway contract. Is it the intention to just do a full baseline again when both of those, or are you gonna do them one at a time?
Yeah. No, to your point, I think we'll wait until both of those hit
Yeah,
and then do
I
a
think that
baseline
would
one
be
time.
the, maybe you could talk about what the risk refresh looked like when you had that information, and then do the rebaselining after you get in the input from the CCGS contract too.
Agreed.
Yeah,
Agreed. Yeah,
thank
that's
you.
what we talked about internally. But-
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, on the GET and TAT projections, how frequently do those get updated?
It actually gets updated for the submission that we send for the invoices. That's done every month.
Okay.
So we get a fairly good indication of what will come in the following quarter. Having said that, it also depends on if they reject certain scope or certain invoices. But the schedule is watched every month.
I'm actually thinking more in terms of long-range projections of, we have some thought as to what our revenue is going to be between now and the end of 2030, and I'm just wondering how frequently those projections are updated.
Yeah, Rick just did a presentation recently. So he did, since we're specifically talking about GET and TAT, he took our current baseline, which is the current cash position we have now, and used the recovery plan assumptions. Then he also went plus minus 1% for both. So clearly, geometrically, 1% over the next 10 years is going to turn into a very large number. We do feel confident that that's in the range, so to speak, of what will be realized. But I think that's another thing that we will discuss once we re-baseline everything with regard to GET and TAT.
All right. So you bring that to another finance committee and.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Chair.
Richard, I'm looking at your Hart monthly cash flow by quarter. I think that may be it, but, I'm curious about your, the annual projected and the year-to-date actual of, basically the cash, that's the revenue. That's the first kind of set of rows. You see where that is? So according to this, the annual projected for fiscal year ¡24, which will be ending relatively in a couple of months, is a total of 717,642,000. Is that correct?
You're looking at the monthly?
No, I'm looking at your monthly
Sorry.
cash flow by quarters.
Yes.
Okay, so you see the fiscal year annual for fiscal year 2024, which is of course going to end June 2024.
Yes.
Your total is projected funding altogether is of $717 million.
Yes.
About 718 million, right? Year to date, and you were extending you're saying earlier that your excuse me, actuals include February and March,
Correct.
is 479 or about $480 million, correct? So based on what you projected and what you believe is that you actuals, do you believe that we're on course to get the 717 million?
Correct.
Now, what about the emergency appropriations? Has that been put into this?
That has not been put into. We did go to the hearing. There were no changes to the reading and the submission. So I'm not sure, to be honest, if that was actually passed or not.
Well, it's in conference. So what's PUCAD is the amount.
Okay,
But yes,
correct.
but it's in
That's right,
conference.
there were no dollar amounts.
Yeah. But that's normal.
It would be nice. It would take away an administrative headache for both the ledge as well as us to continue to ask for us.
Well,
an
that
emergency.
bill doesn't do anything with regard to the cap, is what you're talking about.
Correct.
But if that bill goes through and you receive an emergency appropriation, that of course will affect your 717 million if they, because it's an emergency appropriation, so it should be released immediately, and it's technically Hart's money, right? So it's about 100 and some odd million, right?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
I think it's 100 and some odd million. So we're gonna be maybe around $900 million with the emergency appropriations? Because you said that's not included in any of it.
It's actually not included. in here,
Right, it's
correct.
not included. So we would add that
Add
on.
that too.
Because I'm pretty sure that since it's an emergency appropriation, hopefully the governor will realize that it's an emergency appropriation. But arguably, it doesn't seem like we're in need of cash. Are we?
Not right now, but we will be. You know, you hold your breath long enough.
No, I understand.
Start to ramp up and then
CCGS.
Right.
And then
Right.
CCGS will just be a whole.
Well, yeah, but it's not, CCGS isn't part of this yet. So what is it, so when we look at this and we look at the actual expenditures that we believe will be at the end of this fiscal year, you're saying the annual that you have here, just so that we're on the same page, is it 690?
656, correct.
656?
Correct.
Is the actual that you think? So, and assuming that all the money comes in, you're actually thinking, what? Because included in the proceeds is also bonds, and I don't understand why we have these bonds here. The GEO
Are
bond
you looking at
proceeds.
you must be looking at the annual schedule right now.
I'm looking at the monthly.
Okay.
So on the bonds, the next column's down. So the total amount, total project sources is 871,785,000. You see that? But it's your chart.
I know. Sadly, this is the problem with printing on two sides of the paper.
It's on the front page. It's
Okay.
the second set of columns.
Yeah.
I mean, rows, second set of rows. And you see annual fiscal
Yes.
year 2024. And so total project sources is just short of $1 billion,
okay,
because
I
if
see
you
what you're
add,
talking
yeah?
about.
And if you add in definitely, I think if you add in the emergency approps, it'll probably hit $1 billion,
Yeah.
right? And then if we're looking at this, and then the total project cost that's anticipated is what, 600 and something million dollars?
Yeah, 603.
603?
425.
Right. 603 and 105. So how accurate is the total project cost?
I think the total project cost is very accurate from the standpoint that if a lot of the forecast that I get from Corey guys is based on critical data. So at minimum, if we stay on schedule for the next 3 months, so let's just call it 3 months of actual performance, forget the amount of crews that are on. Support services should be okay, because that's a projection based on level of effort for the 9 months. And then, I mean, we scrub the construction, so I think we're pretty good with regard to the cash flow and
Well,
performance.
isn't the total project cost, not including debt service, 360 million for fiscal year 24?
Correct.
Right? So we have 603 million, which is the total, but out of that, 243 million is
Is
some
for
form
debt.
of debt service, right?
Correct.
So are we actually using debt service?
We
Like
have to
GEO
pay-
bonds?
yeah, we have to pay back the previous issuance.
Mhm.
And so that's that dollar amount that you see when you go to the top line, GEO principal bond repayment.
Right.
Every month, well, it just so happens that in the quarter four, it goes up to 5.6. So you will see the schedule increase, and it'll also increase significantly more depending on how many more bonds we issue towards the end of the project. And subsequently, that number will also get larger and then draw down when we get into 29, 30, 31.
So the only bonds, however, that's old bonds, right,
Correct.
primarily. So the only bonds that we seem to have issued was in the fiscal year first quarter, 141 million, 142 million was bond proceeds and bond premium received, of course, was part of that. But that's actually, are you saying that we floated 141 or 142 million dollars worth of bonds in fiscal year 24, quarter
That
one?
was actually canceled release, so.
That's what I thought.
Basically issued, we closed out our previous issuance, so if you look at the annual schedule, you'll see new issuance and then retirement of the old debt schedule.
So we have no other issuance
No.
bonds for the remainder, anticipated for the remainder of the fiscal year. So it's actually an old kind of in and out, right?
And you'll see a large shift in cash and bonds. The kickoff period and the season for issuance for muni debt, the kickoff period will be in the settlement or the actual drop date of the bond itself would be someplace between June and August-ish. So from a cash flow standpoint, when we plan for the thing, we really have to plan. In this case, had we done an issuance in 2025, it would be for next month already for me. But
There's
other than
nothing.
a small forecast for potential use of TECP, we are not planning to issue a GEO offering next year.
For the whole of fiscal year 25.
Correct.
Well, I happen to believe that bond issuance is not the way we should go anyway. If you're gonna get money, you better do TCP. So, and it doesn't look like in the beginning of fiscal year 25 that you're looking at TCP or bonds,
Correct.
right? So for next year, you don't think you issue anything?
I don't think this, right now,
There's no need.
there's no need for GEO.
And TCP?
TECP, there's a placeholder there, but to your point, that's a line of credit that we could or could not have.
Right.
It's cheaper, it's variable floating rate paper. To the fact that it's always there, it's always nice to have, but from an issuance standpoint, we do not plan on issuing any GEO bonds.
So for fiscal year 25, there seems to be TCP proceeds of 50 million.
Correct.
Then that's a placeholder,
Yes.
right? And then also, and that's it. There's no bonds, right? And so I think that that would be, shows you we're in a pretty solid financial situation, right? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Clarification real quick, so that emergency, if it goes through, we're not getting any funds. We already got the funds, we're just so that come June, we don't have the same problem again. Well, we're just lifting the cap because we're collecting more than what the current cap is, so it's not like you're gonna add monies, right?
No, you're gonna add monies.
Yeah.
You're gonna add monies. You don't have it.
In the period, but not overall.
Not for the,
No, but it'll be in this period, right? You,
Just to clarify, if that cap doesn't get lifted, that 80 or so million that we have forecast in the
Right.
fourth quarter, we won't collect all of it. It'll get pushed into next year. That number
but you're not, you're doing, your bill is for an emergency appropriation.
to
It
raise
is,
the cap.
no, it's to get the money that hasn't been released. You're not raising the cap.
We'll go back and look at the language. The intent of what we requested them to do was to raise the cap so that we could get the full amount that's collected for us.
I guess it's maybe semantic. What it is, as I understand this, and I've also talked to Donovan on it, is that what you're asking for is the release of the, whatever we didn't receive because of the cap.
We
Right.
received that in July.
July.
So we're good at this point.
Wait, why are you doing an emergency
So
appropriation?
that we don't run into that delay again this year. So last June was the cap. We hit the cap, they withheld money.
Right,
In July, they paid that money.
right.
So we're
Right.
caught up to date. If the cap doesn't get lifted, in June again this year, we may run into the same cap, but it could be compounded because of that extra money that we got this year. So the numbers that we have here are good, and right now we're expecting to collect them. If that cap doesn't get raised, there could be 30 to 40 million of this money here that we won't collect until
the following year, right?
Right.
But you don't have, I guess what you don't have is a bill that says that you're gonna lift the cap forever, or you're gonna ask that the cap be eliminated. And that's what I've asked them to do.
Yeah.
Because I said, I don't understand why we give you this emergency appropriation bill, which doesn't really address the major problem, which is we have this
I'm
cap.
not familiar with how their budgets work. Robert would be more familiar, and so would you. But I was thinking, and I don't remember what was requested, I was thinking we were asking them to lift it this year because they were already in this year's budget. And that going forward, BNF could increase it as part of the normal budget process.
So your bill shouldn't include as an emergency appropriation what they have released. Because you've already gotten that money, right?
Just to increase
So
the
if you
cap.
can get rid of the cap, then that's really what you need.
Correct, right.
But that's not what your bill does.
Okay. We didn't write the bill, no. We requested them to increase the cap so that we could collect what we're supposed to collect. I don't know what was in, I haven't looked at the bill itself.
Well,
So the bill's a temporary fix, not a permanent fix.
not even that. It doesn't even give it. All right, I understand what you did or what you didn't do. Thank you.
I got one quick question. Oh, sorry, yeah, go.
Given following the bond issue, I mean, given that we don't anticipate having any bonds 24, even 25, then we only have 5 years left. Would we ever be issuing any more bonds?
That's a good question. A lot of that debt per se, because it is effectively bridge lending, right?
I mean, at
And
that
that's
point,
the-
you're into short term anyway, right?
Correct, correct. Hopefully we don't.
Well, that's not,
Most likely we will. In the recovery plan, we did have money in there for initial bond issuances.
That would be in 26 timeframe?
Probably 26, 27,
Yeah.
maybe 28.
Those would be pretty short bonds though, right?
They would, yeah, absolutely they would. We will use TECP to the extent we need to, but there's only a 12-month period of time that TECP can be outstanding, and it has to be repaid. So let's say we borrow 200 million TECP, then we would have to float a bond the next year to repay the TECP. So there may be, we're in the process of updating that forecast. I think the amounts that are shown here, if you look at the annual report, you'll see in 27 and 28, we have 388 million in GEO bond proceeds and 205 in next year. Kind of the second blue box from the top. You see that? That's our current forecast. That's lower than what was in the recovery plan. I still think this is conservative, and we want to go back and revisit these. I think those numbers will come down based on our track record and our cash positions. But there probably will be something, and that will really be in the heat of when we're spending cash for the city center guideline stations. And then as we get through that, then this will start getting repaid. But that will be very short-term borrowing, even if it's in the form of a bond.
I think you owe me a GT projection, right?
I don't know. I don't recall owing you one, but I can provide you whatever you'd like to see.
What we said we were gonna have, or what we anticipated we were gonna have in the recovery plan, and what we're actually having,
Yes.
and whether
I've
you're
shared
gonna
with you
change.
the most recent one, but I will resend it to you
Yeah,
again.
and then there's also the issue of what is the real honest projection as to what we're gonna get. Because
Yeah.
GET has gone kind of crazy. So we want to really, I think for us to make decisions on what our budget looks like, we need to know what is the real, I guess, assessment as to what the GET is going to bring us. Especially now, if you lift the cap, then you'll have a different scenario too, because we won't always be catching up and,
Yeah, this past year was the only year that we've had that catch-up situation. So, yeah, but
just because we collected GET, a lot of GET.
it's going to be something.
Because I think the cap was estimated on what they thought we would collect, and we just exceeded what we thought. We exceeded it quite a bit, so. Okay, thank you for me.
Thank you, Chair. Anthony?
Just out of interest, do you know what interest rate we're paying on our GO bonds at the moment and what the market is looking for people with our credit rating at the moment?
Market bond rates have gone up since our last issuance. Generally, the way we issue bonds under the city kind of dictates the terms and lays those out. Every bond issuance that the city has done recently in the last several years, they have issued it with a stated interest rate of 5%, which is higher than market, which is what drives the creation of a premium. So the stated interest rate is 5%. So that's what we pay interest on is 5%. Or that's the rate we pay.
And we get it
But
back.
then we get a premium back, which
We get the premium on the front end.
ultimately reduces the top rate, right?
Yes.
So do you know roughly what ballpark we're in at the moment?
I'm gonna guess the last issuance was probably 2.75 or 3, something in that range. I'm not sure exactly.
And have you any idea what the market is doing
I
now?
haven't asked Bank of America, and I haven't tracked that, but right now we're not planning to issue any, so I haven't really been focused on it.
Hopefully by 26 or 27, the price will come down.
Hopefully. Yep.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Anthony. Any other questions?
Yes, Robert.
Oh, hi, Natalie.
Hi, thank you. Yes, I have a question. I just would like some clarification on something Richard said a bit ago regarding the GET and TAT revenues. He made a comment about the recovery plan numbers and then something about a 1% straight line amount, as I understood it, would be added to the projections for the GET and TAT. Did I understand correctly? Can you explain, Richard?
Sure, that was just a scenario that Rick had done for sensitivity purposes, correct. So we are still using the recovery plan baseline, for lack of a better way of describing it, but the plus minus 1% was done just to see what would the cash flow look like if we receive 1% more, or in a softer scenario, 1% less.
Okay,
So
thank you
that's
for
what
clarifying.
that's not included in this yet. That's just was done from a sensitivity standpoint.
Okay, so you use the term yet. Does that mean that you will be adding that to our future cash flow
Probably
projection?
not for now, because a lot of that does have to do with what Chair is asking for, right? What is the projection versus recovery plan?
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
Of course.
Thank you, Chair.
Roger?
Yeah, back to the emergency appropriation and all of those things. There's two parts of this, right? Because the DAGS has to approve all the invoices, right? And there's a lag for that.
Correct.
Is that a 2-month lag, a 3-month lag, or I mean, because that impacts too how much cash on hand you get back, right, from your submission of invoices.
Correct. So it's basically a month lag. We get it in the second month from the previous quarter. So if you look at the cash flow, I mean, in this case, for February's cash flow was actually from Q2 of 2024. So to Rick's point, say if we go gangbusters again, we're going to hit the cash ceiling, and then we're going to be short. And then we're probably going to see the cash come in July, August.
So even given the approval process that they go through on the invoices, you would still hit a ceiling that they would not be, just because of the appropriation amount, they wouldn't be able to transmit any more cash.
Correct. Yeah, and they also have a pipeline with regard to what we have submitted to them. So in general, depending on how much of course construction we have versus how quickly they can process, that pipe can be anywhere between 125 million to just shy of 200 million.
Yeah.
Of things that we haven't officially been blessed to receive. So
It's not directly related to how quickly you pay the invoices. You pay them on time.
we have no choice, sir.
You pay them on time, so you don't incur charges, obviously. So you have to have enough working capital where you can get by without and that's not an issue.
Correct. I mean,
Right at
that's
this
that's a
point.
function of our cash flow.
Right.
I did do a separate analysis with regard to just, quick ratio for liquidity, what the burn rate is versus what we have in every given month. And depending on how GETA and TAT float up, we're lucky that it's been going up, will dictate the amount of bonds and when we actually have to float the bonds. So, when Corey guys are really putting the pedal to the metal, so to speak, you're gonna see $80 million months, easy, of cash out. So, and once again, that depends when we do parking as well. But
Thank you.
for now, I think we're in a very, very good position. We'll see once CCGS ramps up.
Any other questions, member? Okay, I have no questions. So let's see. Any public comments? Not in person, not online. Okay, so this item doesn't require committee approval. The next item is adjournment. So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thanks for your
Corey.
time.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you.
It's all yours, Michelle.
Oh, did they do the countdown? I couldn't hear the countdown. Okay, good afternoon. It's 12:45 on April 12th. I'm calling the HR committee to order. I will do roll call. Anthony Alto.
Present.
Art Tolentino, he's not here, right? He's excused. Roger Morton.
Here.
Okay, who else is around there? Board Chair Colleen Hanabusa.
Kika?
What about Kika? You can't see him?
I'm not a member of the committee though.
No, he's not on the board. Okay, Kika Bukowski.
Present.
Let me see who else is. Robert Yu, is he still there?
Nope.
And
That's
do we
it.
have any, am I missing anything? Okay, so
Natalie.
oh, Natalie Iwasa. Sorry, Natalie. I see you right on my screen. Okay, she's here. Call for public testimony. Do we have anything? Okay, let's move on to item number 3. This is recruiting and retaining employees, discussion of HART's HR policies and implementation thereof, particularly as they relate to critical personnel as well as CEO's efforts to recruit and retain employees.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. So Sandy and I are going to tag team, and actually the presentation that has been put together, it includes all of the other agenda items 4, 5, and 6. So 7 is separate, yeah, the mandatory training for HART staff and HART board. So Chair, if it's okay, we're going to kind of combine all of them, and then you folks can ask questions, but so we're going to go ahead and talk about the retaining and the recruiting, especially for those key positions, and talk about all the other items as well. So on the first, so I'm sorry, Michelle and Natalie, you don't have the updated presentation. It's, oh, we didn't send it to Chad either, yeah? Yeah, but no, for those online, they're not going to be able to see it. I'm sorry, we updated it based on additional requests for information. So, should I go to the next slide, Chad? Oh, okay, no. Okay, so for those of us in the room, I'll let Sandy talk about our HR strategy and planning and the HR goals on slide 2.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna try to see if I can send it to Chad.
So HR strategy and planning, from an HR perspective, in order to be successful, I believe that we need to formulate some goals and to determine how we're going to be implementing them to remain competitive and to reach our recruitment goals.
Sandy,
Yes.
your mic is on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. So-
Casey, please watching.
Thank you. I'll start again. I'm sorry. So, regarding our HR strategy and planning from an HR perspective, in order to be successful, I believe that we need to formulate goals and to determine how we're going to be implementing them and to remain competitive and how we're going to reach them. So HEART has a set of visions, mission, and value statements. So with that, my thought process to use that to help us reach our goals. And I have some of our goals. I know, Michelle, you folks can't see it, but some of them will be how we could use our mission, vision, and value statement to help with our recruitment objectives, evaluate our outreach programs, and to develop policies and procedures that will help with our talent management.
You didn't send me the email of this PowerPoint, yeah?
This one is this one is online.
No, the new one, you didn't send me the email, right? Okay.
Okay, moving on to the next slide. So talent acquisition and recruitment. We'll cover our recruitment and talent talent acquisition. So in the slide, I have just a summary of the difference between talent acquisition and recruiting. So talent acquisition is actually a long-term strategy to help to find talented candidates. Mostly for leadership positions, help to build a pool of candidates, and recruiting is just the process of identifying and attracting and hiring individuals for our job vacancies where we can fill them quicker. The next slide will list all of our job posting sites that we have. So we've been posting on the city's non-civil service job portal. We are also using Heart's portal. We're using Indeed. Handshake is a rather new one. We used it for the University of Hawaii. When we went to the Scheidler College of Business, that's the site that they endorsed. So that's where they had asked their candidates to apply to.
I asked the question, is there a reason why we can't project the slides?
Yeah, she updated it, and she can't access email on that computer, and I don't have the
Okay,
updated one.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you. I have it, I was just thinking of the folks online.
No.
Yeah.
And the last one is HireNet. So that's the city's website.
Hey, Sandy, this is Michelle. What is the status on the, I think we were requiring that we had a contract to be able to post vacancies. Is that completed?
Yes, so that's our applicant tracking system, I believe you're mentioning.
No, you're talking about whether we could use like Indeed or.
Yeah.
So when we're working with our procurement folks, they're saying we can't do it. And so what Sandy has been doing is using the Indeed free so that we can at least post and not get charged for anything, but it is difficult.
Right, so like, I think 2 or 3 months ago, that's the status. And I thought that you said you were gonna like put out a request for procurement so we actually could get somebody to do that. Where are we with that procurement?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When we're talking to our procurement folks, they're saying that this is something that we really cannot do, so.
Lori,
What are
we
you
do
doing?
it.
You're doing it?
Yeah.
We got a procurement violation. They said we can't do it. HR got a procurement violation. So what are you doing that you're able to do it?
We have Indeed Professional, where we do have a contract for that
With Indeed?
with Indeed.
And we did too, and we got into trouble with BFS saying that that's a procurement violation. How are you doing it? Well, okay.
You can do it.
We'll talk offline. I'll talk to Roger. I'll talk to Roger offline, Michelle, to
Yeah.
figure out how he's doing it because we
Yeah.
did it and we got our hands slapped from BFS.
No, regardless, you got your hand slapped because you did it without a competitive procurement. And I thought you were going to do a competitive procurement a couple of months ago, and that's what I was asking about the status
Yeah, when
of.
we talked to our procurement people here in house, they're telling us we couldn't do it, and so I'll meet with Roger offline and figure out how he's doing it, and our procurement people saying we couldn't. So
Yeah.
Okay, wait. So I'm clear. The HEART procurement people said that it was illegal to do a competitive procurement for recruitment.
no, I'm
service.
trying to remember what their words are that we couldn't move forward with this. So if Roger's able to do it, I'm gonna try and figure out how he's doing it, but the workaround what Sandy is working with is our Peaberry consultant. You want to explain what we're doing in the
Yes.
interim?
So thank you. So they are the vendors that manage the HART website, and they're able to put out a procurement with a third-party vendor where we could actually use our site as the database, and all of the candidates would flow through that database to make it easy for us to track all of our applicants. It's an applicant tracking system. If we were to go this route, and we're actually working on it right now, it'll allow us to post jobs on over 250 job sites, and also help with our EEO statistics, all of our any type of statistics that we need to help with our recruiting.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and Lori, take an action to work with Roger because
Definitely, writing it right now.
I'll have to research how we do it too, because I don't know exactly how we do it, but I know we do it.
I will follow up.
Yeah.
So the next slide has to do with our outlines our staffing headcount. So our current headcount is 40 employees. This includes our newly hired employee coming on board on Monday, which is Cindy Matsushita. We have 32 city vacant positions which are funded, 26 city vacant positions which are unfunded, and that gives us a total of 98 full-time employees. The next one would be the open positions, and that's what's on the board here or on the screen here. So we've stepped up our recruitment process. I wanted to share, just go over the 3 top positions here and where we are with them. So one of the top 3 is the Chief Financial Officer position. So we've phone screened and we're ready to schedule interviews with our hiring managers here. The next one is record management analyst. Again, we have quite a few candidates here, and we're ready to move forward with on-site interviews. We've completed all our phone screens, and that would be the same for the civil engineer for the quality assurance position.
So you covered that slider next. You covered that slider already.
And the next one, we do have a couple other positions that we're recruiting on right now. Data processing systems analyst, project manager 1. We've done phone screens and working to get these candidates in for interviews. Summer interns, we're also working on that. That's a priority for us too. I'm trying to get 2 recruitment sessions in, probably around May 20th, and the next one at the end of June. As far as employment offers are concerned, as I mentioned earlier, we have Cindy Matsushita coming on board to fill the HART Executive Officer of the Board position. We've also got tentative offers accepted for the Fiscal Analyst 2 position and the Planner 7 position. The next slide would be a summary of our outreach programs. So at the end of March, we partnered with DHR for a key project, Ecumencio Youth Project, and that was with the Kualua Heia area. So they said that that went well. We also did a legislative job fair on
Wednesday
at the state capitol. That went very well. Lots of candidates, lots of great candidates that we spoke to. So we're hoping that they would apply through our portal, through Indeed. The next one is the McKinley High School program. And Lori, did you?
Yeah, so actually, John Nouchi also participated. Well, different departments participated where the mayor's office recruited, well, they didn't recruit. The McKinley High School had a program where they selected maybe about 20 students, and they were paired up with the different departments. And so HART had 2 students. We took them out onto the Skyline, and John had their own 2 students, took them out onto Skyline. But it's a kind of a neat initiative that the city administration has started. So we had a good opportunity to talk to those 2 students, and maybe it'll lead to future pairing up. We also had one with Kamehameha Schools, but the way they advertised it, there wasn't enough people that signed up. Plus, it was during spring break, so we only had 2 students for the entire city, signed up, so Hart wasn't selected to participate. But hopefully, this was the inaugural for McKinley High School. Keith, the superintendent, was here also to kick this off. So hopefully, we'll see more partnering in the future.
And the last one is with Waianae Intermediate School, which is today. They have a college and career day, and one of our electrical engineers is representing Hart at this event. The next couple of slides, we can go over the mandatory training for Hart staff. So this was just a summary of where we are. As far as the board is concerned, that's the current information that's on the board. 4 of the board members have completed it and 4 have not completed it or are still in progress.
Sandy, when was the board of directors training due?
For Hart, we had an April 30 deadline, but I believe the DHR has June 30th as their deadline.
What about for the Hart employee training? Does that have to be done yearly as well? And it's the same due dates?
It's not done every year, it's biannual. But we have set our deadline as April 30th.
Okay, I like this chart. Let's keep that one. And if people, I'd like to understand the penalty if they don't do it. So, well, I mean, things get, it's like if you don't do your computer training, your computer account gets shut off.
Right.
I'm going to publicly shame the board of directors. That's what I will do. But we'll wait until the due date, the actual due date passes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, employee engagement.
Okay, so the next slide, we have several more slides here, and the next one covers employee engagement and retention. So we wanted to kind of share a little bit about that, talking to help us recruit and maintain our employees, engage with our employees. We're looking at putting together a program that includes performance management, performance evaluations, succession planning. Although we're a small organization, that's something that's still important for us, as well as exit interviews, which we've started, and capturing great data to help us with improvements.
So, we talked about succession planning. It was on our agenda, I think when you first got here, Sandy, and we didn't do it. But I think that it's actually very important. And I think that it should also include other pending critical vacancies, within the next 6 months or so. If you are aware of anything that might be going on, I think that, I said it was important. It's important.
Understood.
With
Michelle, we actually have a draft. We actually have a draft, and to Sandy's point, it is difficult because we're such a small organization, but you're right. It is important, especially for the key positions. So we will continue working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And also key to employment and engagement is learning and development. So working on programs there to help improve employee training, workforce management, which helps our employees to improve in their identify career development areas, and can just continue ongoing training. The city has a lot of training that's available on their portal, and it's free, so that's great.
So Sandy, they do, but we don't really have a training budget. We talked about this before in terms of the ability to develop city employees. So things like master's degrees, things like PE certifications, things like systems engineering or PMI, Program Management Institute certifications. Those are things that, the city employees, if they want to pursue those kinds of things, they'd have to do it either off hours, because it's in addition to their job. They don't get paid for it. And so I think maybe, work with the team and see if there are things, because clearly there are ways to pay for some of those things, right? I'm not saying, oh, let's send them to conferences all the time. I mean, I'm talking about like really hard certifications and, education that we can do. And I do recognize that there's like some free stuff, but most of the really important certifications are not free, right?
That's correct. Thanks for that insight.
So I would expect as we go along that there are ways to improve employees' ability to compete for higher positions, as well as their long-term development and viability as city employees that are important to us because, they can serve anywhere in the city. And I think with the number of vacancies we have in the city and state positions, that it should be less of a concern for employees that one day the rail may end, because there are a lot of positions that they could become competitive for, and we should help them become competitive for them as well. PE certification is an important one, right? I mean, everybody loves that one.
Thank you,
Okay.
Michelle. Our next slide outlines employee engagement. And for us, employee engagement, there's many areas that we're looking at, improvements in communication, like you mentioned, career development, pay and benefits, the work culture, opportunities for growth, motivation. Those are some of the areas that we're looking at and working to see where we can improve.
So I took it to heart at the end of the year, and actually even in my my performance eval debrief with you, Michelle, and Anthony, but it actually started more towards the end of last year, that I know I can be a difficult leader. I'm tough. I understand that. So I'm trying to change the perception, change how I react with or interact with the different employees. And so what I started to do was the CEO one-on-ones, and I found it very insightful. Met with each employee, and I'm trying to do this on a quarterly basis for staff, but the managers at least monthly, and just getting some of their feedback. Some of the things that we cover are goals. What are their goals? What are their professional development? What is their career paths? What are their likes and dislikes? And if I can take immediate action and fix any of those things, I do. But some of them are longer term. Just trying to be, like I said, not so intimidating. I know the position itself is intimidating, of course, my personality too. So I'm hoping, I've gotten a lot of positive feedback from the staff on these one-on-ones, and I will continue to do it. So at least for some of them, for the career progressions, getting things past DHR can be very difficult. There's minimum qualifications that they have to have, but I'm trying to push as much as I can. Does anyone eligible for promotions? And at least if not, if they not meet the minimum qualifications, can they at least have a step increase? They've been in this position for X number of years. They should be getting progressive step increases above and beyond what the unions have negotiated as far as the inflationary increases. People are in positions that, even though that's what they were brought on for, that's what their qualifications are, they don't want to do it. It's like, I had a programmer, he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to be out in the field. Okay, well, let's see, where can we move you somewhere else in the organization where it's a better fit for you, where you're enjoying coming to work and doing that different job. So we are doing that already. The next slide, I know you folks can't see it, Michelle and Natalie, but we formed an employee engagement committee because I'm trying to understand, what makes the job enjoyable for people. Obviously, we're having a huge impact on the community. You have salaries, but even the PMOC told me in one of our meetings that salary is only part of it, Lori. Let's say you give them a raise today. 3 months later, that's not what's going to retain them. It's other softer things that will keep them engaged at heart. So I'm trying to figure that out. What is it? So the one-on-ones are important. This committee, which it includes myself and Rick, and then I have Sandy, Cheryl, Dolly, Gail, Vilma, and Joe to help me give me feedback. If people are uncomfortable to tell me themselves, how can we make things more enjoyable here at Heart? So just trying to create a more positive and productive work culture and making sure that everyone is happy here. So on the next slide, some of the activities that we've done every month, we do a potluck that everyone is invited to participate in. We do a brown bag because some of the feedback I received was, hey, we don't always know what's going on. Even though we try to break down the silos, what is core systems? We have no idea. Richard just did one last month and it was a little bit about finances for Hart, but also for people in their personal lives, right? Talking about retirement, they should be planning for these things, long-term care, all these different options. And it was a disclaimer that, hey, I'm not giving you advice, but these are some things that you might want to research. Gail Ma just went to Auckland and she rode the Metro Rail. So she was giving her just how to be more fun, how to be more engaged. So it's not all technical, but also more fun. One of the other activities that we did was the food drive. You know that the city is in support of the Hawaii Food Bank. So what could we do to raise money? And so what the engagement committee came up with, do an anonymous selection of who do you want to get pie thrown in their face. And I actually thought I'd be number one, but I wasn't selected. Some of the other managers were selected, so I asked if I could replace one of the other managers, and what they did was they set up jars on the table with our pictures on it, and they had to donate money into the jars, and the ones who had the highest amount of money raised were going to get the pie in the face. So I kept sending out emails, because I know, like I said, I can be intimidating, so just sending out emails to the entire Heart Ohana, which includes the consultants. It's okay. We're doing this for a good cause. And I ended up, myself, Vance, and Trevor were the top three. So it's hard to see in the photos in the presentation that we gave you folks, but we got pie in our face. I think we raised over $1,000 for the food bank for that, but it was also tied with that. We did a employee appreciation. It was, what is it called?
It's
a national, right?
Yeah, it was in conjunction with National Employee Appreciation Day. It's usually in the beginning of March, but due to the schedules, we had it on March 22nd.
We combined it with the pie in the face, and also Sandy and her team. So all of you got this candy, pretty inexpensive, but I thought it was nice what they came up with. If you look at the ingredients of what it is. To be in the Heart Ohana, right? You have to be hardworking, making a difference, value enhancer, and you're appreciated. So something like this, I thought that was nice. That was Sandy and her team's idea to put that together. Let's see. Oh, some of the things we also do. So like I talked about, we have a monthly themed potluck. We do the brown bags luncheon, and then outside activities. So the first one we did was last month. We did a whale watching aboard the Star of Honolulu on a Saturday, so completely voluntary. If you want to do something outside, we would like to do maybe some picnics at Ala Moana, just to let your hair down and just see each other in a different light. And then the last thing that we have on the slide, so I know you folks have been talking about telecommuting and 410, and what I did talk about a couple of months ago, we were going to do the 410s first because I thought that was so easy to implement. It hasn't been that easy. I've seen the emails going back and forth between Sandy and DHR. They've already have an MOU that they've negotiated with the union. So that's why I thought it was so easy to, okay, we'll use your MOU, sign it, and move on. But it wasn't that simple. It was, they needed to know a breakdown of each of our employees, what category they're in, because they have multiple MOUs you have to use. They actually don't have one for PSCs, so we had to create that. So I'm hoping we can implement this shortly. The next step is Sandy needs to put a package together for the managers, what each of their employees' schedules are, and then the managers have to implement, because we have to make sure we have coverage, which employees can do the 410. Administration has already told me there are some employees that are not eligible. For example, all of our excluded managers and the private secretaries. but everyone else should be eligible. And there was some confusion when we made this announcement to the all hands last month. They thought this was mandatory. I said, no, this is completely voluntary because it doesn't work for some, especially those who have to catch the bus. So it's completely voluntary. She's going to put a list together of all the employees, what their schedules are. The managers are to work it out amongst their team, and then we can go ahead and implement with the proper MOUs between the employee and Hart. Is that about it?
So I have a question about the alternative work schedules.
Yes.
So you talk about 410s, but there's always different kinds of alternative work schedules. There's a 459, there's core work hours, there's, all different kinds of things. So are you saying that the only alternative work schedule that the union allows are documented, it's documented as 410? You don't have any other ability to else?
That's my understanding, is that's what's been, the MOU has been worked out with the unions, but it could be wrong. Do you know, Roger? Are there any other?
You have flexible work hours?
Oh, flex, yeah, we do that already.
Yeah,
So,
I know that we do flex work hours too.
Oh, flex time.
yeah, we do not flex time, flex hours.
Flex hours with core hours.
Yeah.
Come in at 8:30.
Yeah. So some people come in at 6, especially those that catch the bus, and then they can leave by like 3. That's already a city policy that's implemented. So we already do that. That's why I was saying Sandy has to put the list together of the schedule, because everyone's on a different schedule. Some come in at 6, some come in at 8:30. We do that already, but as far as I know, 410 is the only one that's already been negotiated with the union. So that's why I thought it was fast that we could implement. Are you aware of any others?
No, I'm really not.
Yeah.
Not for HGVA. Obviously, firefighters.
Oh, right.
Police officers, EMS have different unions.
Yeah,
have
yeah.
different schedules as well. But
Yeah.
not for general HGVA type workers.
So how about, Michelle, we can implement this much quicker because it's already been negotiated, but I talked to DHR about, what did you said like 459?
Yeah, there's a 459. I'm just saying that there's a lot of different ones. There's credit hours where you can work extra. Say I work today 10 hours and I take 2 hours off tomorrow because I had credit.
Oh, that's comp time. The city has that, yes.
And are you using it? You allow everybody to use comp time?
Not really. I mean, if anything, I don't track that, so that's between the manager and the employee.
But the managers are allowed to allow the employees to use it?
Yeah, or we adjust their schedule. So in fact, I found that out through the employee committee engagement members that, people were under the impression that they couldn't shift their schedule. So for example, we had a late meeting with the consulting parties. One of our IT guys needed to stay back to help with that. And he thought he couldn't come in. I said, no, you can come in. We'll just shift your schedule for that day. You work, and then you can come in late that day or something like that. But
yeah, I think that because people feel constrained and they might not be aware of some of these things, like what you talk about comp time, that's like a very flexible way for people to be able to jiggle their hours around as long as they're managed.
Yeah, I'm not sure how better to get that information out, because other members of the team are already doing that. It's a little bit more formal. They put in because we need to protect the city too as far as liability. If they're supposed to be at work and they get into an accident and they're on the city time, then that's when we become liable. So when people are shifting their schedules like that, and we don't want that every day because it becomes a management nightmare to track, but for, let's say, our core systems guys, they know they have to work at night to track, to work with Hitachi. They just fill out a form. Hey, Mr. Manager, I need to work the next 2 weeks in the evening. They're changing the shift. It's allowed. And so I just not quite sure the best way to get it out there that it's an option, because some of the team members knew and some don't. So I made it clear in the all hands that it's allowable, but maybe
I don't know if we can do this, but what I used to tell all my employees was sign a leave slip and leave the dates empty, and you can just call me or your secretary, and we can fill in the dates for you, and then your supervisor can approve it or disapprove it in case you need to do something. So it's not approved yet, it's not pre-approved, but we have a signed leave slip that they have in the office, and they can just call and we can fill in the dates for you and decide to approve it or not, if you really need to do something. Like, you know, like I got an emergency dental thing or something or whatever it is, or I just feel like going to a movie today. I don't know, whatever. Okay. Thank you.
And I think this concludes our presentation.
Question. Michelle? Michelle?
Yes?
Question.
Yeah, I guess, Lori, you asked me what the agenda item 3 was, and I told you what it was, but then we didn't really go over agenda item 3.
So if you're talking about the key positions, like let's say.
Michelle, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So we have various levels, well, various types of employees. So we have city employees, we have HDR, 3.5 of them, whatever it may be, and then you have those who are working for consultants, right? So technically, I think what we're concerned about now are city employees, because that's the ones that you have the most control over, or you should be supervising. Is that true? Right? So I saw the latest chart, and you have 40, including Cindy, but I saw something earlier that had 39, 30 employees, 7 executive levels, I guess, exempt, excluded, and then you had 2, what I call 89-day wonders. Is that correct?
That's the PMOC probably.
Right, that, yeah. So is without Cindy included, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I assume that so what we're really talking about is about 30 employees, okay? Because the other guys shouldn't be included or shouldn't be as monitored. So given that, Sandy, how difficult is it to keep track of 30 employees? And the reason I'm asking that is that I can see if we had hundreds and we had all of this and we had all these different policies, but okay, we have 30 and they're city employees. So do city employees, and maybe this is going to be a core issue, the city employees have rights that they be treated equally across the board? So somebody works for DTS, or somebody works for the MD's office, somebody works for HART, or city employees, do they have some basic rights that are across the board?
Specifically, what kind of basic rates might you be?
Like, for example, if you have so many days of sick leave, so many days of vacation, for example, how many days you can have flexible time or flex time, how many days you can have, whether they have a telecommuting kind of position or not. I mean, what is it? Do they have something like that? I'm asking you because you're the HR person.
Mm-hmm. So the only thing that I'm aware of is the flexible work schedule, and it's all in the timesheet, so everyone knows who's working flexible time.
So other than that, no, there's no uniform kind of, I guess, rights that employees may have?
There is uniform, to your point, right? Whatever's negotiated in the contract with the unions, so it's like you say, sick, vacation, those types of things.
Well, that's I think law for the city and the state. But okay, so let's do it this way. Then you have collective bargaining agreements, right? And they have basic kinds of terms and conditions. But what the problem is that your public, your personal service contract guys, do they have certain things that are enumerated in their contracts as to what their rights are?
There's some rights in there. There's some.
Okay, can I have a copy of that?
Sure.
If I know anything about, I know things about employment contracts. So then, okay, so we have that. Then we have, I assume, at some point, there's got to be some kind of uniform treatment of employees among certain levels within the city. So if Rogers, whatever, you know, people who are personal service contracts, do they have the same rights as our people who are on personal service contracts?
I believe they should.
It depends, I'm not sure what's written in their PSCs, the rest of the city's PSCs, but. they
But
should
I
be
assume that the
generally-
city approves them, right?
We have about 5.
Oh, that's all you have.
Yeah, so I don't have a large number.
How many do we have?
So all of our employees are under a personal services contract.
That's what I thought. So is there a different contract, whether you're a secretarial level? Because I think everyone that works for the city is on a personal services contract. Or like, for example, whether you're a Vance.
Thank you for clarification. So it would be, so those people like the excluded management, the, I think the appointed employees, they don't have a personal services contract.
Yeah. So, but we count them as the 7, I think, out of the 30, whatever we had, the 39.
Yes.
30 were city employees. They were all city employees. 7 were considered appointees, and 2 were 90-day wonders, as I call them. So the 30, do they all have the same personal services contract?
Yes.
Okay. And the 7, they don't have any contracts?
Correct.
So what do they, how do they function? Because they have, they're appointed, so do they get each appointed for a certain period of time, or do they get appointed only for one year? I mean, how does that work?
No, they just get appointed and it's.
At will?
Yeah.
So they can be appointed for 5 years, 6 years, whatever it is? They can, as long as, so is there a mandatory review period?
No, there's no time in there.
There's no time limit. Well, that's interesting. And they don't have any set rights, so to speak, as city employees, because they're still city employees,
Other than what's in that contract.
but they don't have contracts.
They do, the excluded managements do have contracts if they're a member of HGA.
Well, but if they aren't,
Yeah.
then what happens?
Yeah, you're right. They're still eligible, to your point, sick leave, vacation, holidays, they have all of that.
Yeah, but how do they know that? How do they know what their rights are?
I believe that when they are employed, it's outlined in their employment offers.
They are civil service employees or not?
They're not.
They are.
Appointees are civil service employees? I don't think so.
They're not union, but I believe they have civil service rights.
Yeah.
So if they have civil service rights, that's interesting, because then, you have a different set of grievance procedures under that.
So they're like you appointees. You're an appointee of the mayor.
No, they don't have any rights. You don't have any grievance rights.
I don't have any rights, no, but there are we talking about appointed or excluded?
So the terminology for part, they're appointed, but you're right, from an HR perspective, it's probably excluded.
Because I think in the city system, the excluded employees have some civil service rights. But the appointed officials, we're basically at will employees.
Yeah, but you're political appointments.
That's true.
So that's different. So political appointments are different than those who are appointed under like this scenario. And you are correct, because we went through this whole thing when we did civil service reform as to what kinds of rights, because traditionally, if you were collectively bargain and civil service, because you were both at that time, you had 2 bites of an apple. If you didn't like what happened with your grievance, you'd go file under Civil Service Commission.
Still do.
Yeah, no, we're supposed to have done away with that. But having said that, there are grievance rights, even if you're appointed,
Yeah,
right?
under civil service.
Under civil.
Not if you're a political.
No, political appointees, you're worse than at will, seriously. But so I just want to know, okay, what are the rights of an employee coming in? So I assume that we give them certain rights that everyone has to have. But you're saying with the exception of flex time and the usual so many days off and so many days sick leave and whatever else, you don't get you don't get anything else.
No, wait, I'm confused by the question. When you're saying rights of employees, they have the same rights as the other, they're HGA members, so.
Right, no, remember we said that earlier, they're not all our HGA members, so
If
what?
they're choosing not to be HGA members, they still, my understanding, have the benefits. HGA still has to represent them because of that, or you would.
Janice case, no, I understand that, but then but because it's a 1-year personal services contract, I don't know if HGA negotiated that, and therefore whether HGA is even gonna enforce a 1-year contract, because by the time you file a grievance, the year can be off.
We terminate them.
You terminate them, that's right. You just wait it out and you terminate them. But not everyone is in that condition or that situation, because you said appointees have no time. Appointees have no time, then they can serve for 6 years, 7 years, whatever it is, right? Until you decide that, no, we don't want them anymore.
Except that every contract employee can only have a 1-year contract.
Yeah, but they don't have contracts. The appointees do not have contracts. That's what you said, right, Sandy? Appointees do not have contracts.
Okay.
So the 30 are personal service contracts, whether you're a secretary or whatever the highest level it may go. So you get personal service contracts. That's one set of categories. And I'm going to get a copy of that. But they're all the same, so they all have the same rights. And Sandy's going to give me a copy of that contract so I can see what their rights are. Like, for example, under the law, we have this funny thing called family leave, right? The state is different from the feds. The feds is, as you know, basically 90 days. You don't have, it's unpaid, right? But the state is different, right? 21 days or 1 month family leave, and you get
Paid.
You get paid. Well, you get paid, or you can use your sick, right? So who tells the employees? All of them are entitled to that, whether you're Laurie or you're I don't know, maybe I'm not the 90-day wonders, but everybody else is entitled to that, right? So who tells them this is what you're entitled to? And you get paid.
You get paid with your own,
No, you get paid, you can use sick,
yeah, you get paid with your own leave. So,
but not all, federally, you can't use that.
Right.
But state, you can use it.
yeah, so on the onboarding process, all employees are notified that they have this opportunity.
So they're onboarding. So do they all sign something that says, this is what I've been told? Huh? No, but do they acknowledge it so that they,
It's not acknowledged. I believe that DHR also has their separate benefits orientation session, so that's also covered under that orientation session.
so whether you're an appointee or you're personal services or whatever, you are entitled to whatever this ball of rights are that you get. So can I see copies of whatever you give them, even if they don't sign it, just a form, plus whatever you say DHR gives them, right? And what they are told their rights are, right? Especially when we're getting in the area of what is it under the law you're entitled to? Because we will agree that whatever is given under the law, you can't mess with.
Yeah.
Right? Danny, you can't mess with that. Whatever somebody's entitled to under the law, they're entitled to under the law, right? And you shouldn't be able to determine whether somebody is entitled to use, because if it's like I said, the Hawaii law is different on family leave. You can use. You can burn your sick, you can burn your vacation, you can do whatever you want to do, and you can get paid. You can't say, no, you don't get paid. Correct?
Right, or they can determine if they would like to unpaid.
Yeah, they can determine that. Yeah, of course. And
you
then
borrow
you have the overlapping of the 90 days for the federal law. Bottom line is, would you agree with me? You can't terminate somebody in that category. Right?
Not for that reason.
Yep. Well, no, you can't terminate them if they're on leave.
Oh, yeah. Right.
They're taking family leave. It's like pregnancy.
Yeah, of course.
Right? You can't terminate. So
Can employees borrow leave?
it depends on what the practice is. And I can tell you from personal experience that, for example, the bus, my brother was working for the bus, and he actually was,
He was a recipient.
yeah, he was dying of cancer, liver cancer, and these guys, all of them, they gave him either parts of their sick, parts of their vacation.
Right.
So
Just vacation.
vacation was a vacation, right?
That's all.
Yeah, and so they transferred it. So he was technically, luckily for him and his family, he was technically employed when he passed away. So he got a different set of benefits, but that's because bus permitted the transfer of the
City's the
benefits.
same way. City has a policy to allow donation of vacation balance up to limits. I think it's 5 days.
So you apply for it, of course, all the documents and notifications given, DHR approves it, and
Yeah.
it goes on a list, and it goes out to all city employees if you're willing to donate to this pot or to that person in particular. So I don't have the authority to say, hey, can you guys donate leave
Yeah.
to so-and-so?
It's purely
goes through-
voluntary.
It goes through DHR, and DHR makes the determination.
Yeah.
But it's still available, depending on what
Right, and the
the,
employees are aware that it's available because you told them in the beginning.
Yeah. And what happens in
Yes.
the city is there's a 75-day maximum vacation. So some employees that never take vacations will do some donation.
Yeah.
And it's a use it or lose it.
It has to
Right.
be for yourself, so you cannot be like,
Yeah.
you are terminally ill.
no, no, wait a minute. No, you can give it to whomever for whatever qualifies.
The DHR determines if a person is eligible to go on the list, and it's for themselves, it's not for their family members.
Right. It's for themselves, it's for the employee.
I wonder how that would square with family leave.
If I can interrupt for just one second, Michelle, we do have lunch here for folks. If whenever you want to take a brief recess, so people can go eat.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break and everybody can get lunch. And please let me know when you guys are ready to start again. Okay, we're back. Everybody's eating. I got my cheese. Colleen, did you get your point across and your action taken to your satisfaction?
Chair, I've asked for copies of the document, so I think it's going to be a matter of reviewing that. And then I'll also check on what is it, the policy of HR plus whatever the PSC say, and I'll even call Randy Pereira and find out what the HGA's position is. But it really is a matter of, I believe that just because, especially because we're a governmental entity, to have disparate treatment and to what may be viewed as discrimination among our employees, and I don't mean the usual discrimination, I just mean to discriminate and to different treatment is a problem. So thank you very much, but I think I'll just wait for the additional information. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, back to you guys, Lori and Sandy.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. You mentioned that we didn't cover what you wanted to cover in this agenda item. So if this is in direct relation to the project director, can we go into executive session?
No, we cannot.
Okay, what would you like to know?
Okay, so could you please explain why what I would call a linchpin executive decided to resign due to denial of the request for temporary work accommodation?
Yeah, so when he met with me, he did not talk about telecommuting. He went on vacation, and there was a misunderstanding when he asked me He said, I know your policy. I'm not going to ask you to break it, but I do need to go on vacation. I said, okay, don't worry about us. Don't worry about work. Worry about your family. And then when he came back, he told me that, we've made a decision. We're going to move closer to my wife's father. I said, okay, I understand. What is your time frame here? And he says, probably by the end of the month, we're going to have to relocate. I said, okay, that gives us about 3 weeks to transition. And then subsequent to that, right, his mother ends up passing away. And that's when he said, okay, he resigned on Thursday. And then he told us about his mother passing away on Sunday. But I met with him 4 times. He never discussed with me telecommuting while he's dealing with his father-in-law's situation. And he has called me and spoken to me that he has made it clear to the board members that have called him that this position, the project director's position, cannot be done telecommuting for a long period of time. It's not sustainable. Maybe 2 weeks max, but that's about it. So if he's
That's not what he told me.
Yeah, so that's the problem, because he told me that too. So I'm not sure what he's telling you, but this is the conversation between myself and him. He not once, and I've had others in those meetings with me, he did not bring up that could he telecommute in the meantime. And subsequent to that, he assured me when he spoke to the board members who have called him, he supports my position on telecommuting, especially for the project director's position.
Okay, so you mentioned before you're a tough leader. So you do realize that people don't ask you for accommodations because you've made it clear that you're not going to accommodate them, right?
I'm not sure if I said I'm not going to accommodate, because in previous board meetings, I said, yes, I hear what you're saying, because even PMOC and FTA have pushed the telecommuting and said, okay, I understand, I need to take a look at that, but I wanted to do the 410 first, and then we were going to move on to the telecommuting.
So instead of, maybe putting him into a different temporary position and putting Vance as acting, you somehow lost a linchpin, and I would call it a vital, critical linchpin employee who felt their only choice was to resign because there were no other choices given to them.
Well, that wasn't the discussion that he had with me and the rest of the managers.
Okay, so what other accommodations did you discuss? Did you discuss any?
Just the FMLA, but he said that's not going to work for him because, as we mentioned, he can use his own leave with FMLA. With the city's policy is if it's, it has to be immediate family. And I thought father-in-law would be there, but I told him, we could check on that. But he says FMLA is not going to work because I don't have leave. So I will need a paycheck. I cannot go without a paycheck. So he already started talking to the consultants. I said, okay, then make sure you talk to them so that you can make sure you get on that payroll when ours ends. But other than that, we didn't talk about other alternatives.
You didn't talk to him about HDR.
He brought up HDR. He brought up that he started talking, because I said, can we keep this tight-lipped, because I don't want the staff to have to find out at a board meeting or board agenda. And he said, yeah, the only person that he's been talking to was HDR. And to get a position there, possibly a project controls position out in Oregon.
Well, I know a number of other board members have spoken to him that might have different information. but I don't think that that's probably something that we want to discuss right now. I guess I'm really concerned that, especially, for these executive positions that are, not unionized or those kinds of things, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of, especially temporary flexibility that you potentially could look at. And you went through a lot of trouble to get Nate hired, right? And my assumption was that you would go through a lot of trouble to keep him.
We didn't go through a lot of trouble to hire Nate. Nate was already within the Heart Ohana. And we saw some positive aspects in him. So we did go ahead and promote him. I did have to defend him to FTA and PMOC. They were concerned at his lack of transit experience. So in that sense, you're right. I did have to defend him to those entities that I think he will do fine. And then eventually he converted to the city.
Permanent or temporary? Is he acting or is his appointment permanent?
It's permanent.
And how did you make that decision in 3 days?
So the PMOC was the one who recommended strongly that we have a deputy project director. Especially for Nate, he was wearing several hats at the time. And in case something like this happens, the deputy project director can step in and take the project director's role. So he's been shadowing Nate for about a year now. This was always the plan. Rick was to retire. Nate and Vance possibly would come up the ranks, and Nate could possibly be the deputy director, and then that would make Vance the director. It just got accelerated a few months.
I guess I'd argue that generally it's better management practice when you have somebody, even if they've been shadowing, that have never been in that kind of position, to similar to how your finance director was moved, is to have them acting for a little while, because then you could see things like, I don't know, vision, strategic planning, their actual policy development, their leadership gravitas without the other senior person being there, their ability to, have project management, personal leadership development, those kinds of things. So
Understood. We didn't do that for Nate. Nate went straight from project controls director to project director. But I understand what you're saying. I hear you.
do you consider this a big loss, or do you consider it something that you can live with? And what are your plans?
I think any one of our employees is a big loss, especially since we're so tiny. That's why I put so much effort now in trying to really retain our good employees and, also recruit good employees. So yeah, anyone is a loss, but we will survive. That's why we have Vance stepping up. And as he did mention in the POC, we are recruiting both internally and externally, but we do have a very strong resume that came in this week that myself, Rick, and Vance have looked at. So we are going to schedule a phone screening with her. We would love to bring her as city,
for
but
what?
What's that?
Employee for what?
The deputy project director.
And that would be a city
No,
job.
I just started to say I would love to bring her in as a city. I don't think the salary range would be within, but no harm in asking. She is in the mainland. She would be ready to mobilize next month, but again, I haven't even spoken to her yet. I just looked at her resume and it looked pretty good, pretty strong. And Rick and Vance also concurred. But it is very premature. We just got the resume 2 days ago.
Right. And, I mean, we all probably feel strongly that there are a number of positions that are really truly government positions because the government authority comes with those positions that I can't give contractors, especially in terms of procurement and the review and the responsibility for employees that you can't be a backup for signing somebody's leave slip. You can't be a backup for, the government authority to authorize a procurement, for example, those kinds of things, right?
Correct. That's why I think Vance, all you're saying, that's why it's good. He's already a city employee. I think historically, if you look at Hart's organization, the project director was consultant. So I think Nate was one of the first ones that we were able to convert to city. But I would love all of the positions to be city, and especially the managers. So you're absolutely right.
And so now you have a more immediate requirement with a potential retirement, correct?
You talking about Rick?
Yeah.
Yes. That was, he was planning on leaving in the June. Actually, remember, he only committed to me 12 months to 18 months. He's been here about 3.5 years now. There always seemed to be something that it was critical and he didn't feel comfortable leaving. And he was already talking to us that he wanted to leave in June timeframe, but now with this, he won't be. He's committed to the end of December to make sure that we're in better position.
So I'll tell you, I don't know. I mean, maybe there's a lot of other critical employees, but I'll tell you the truth about engineers is yeah, they want to make money, but once they took a job, they want to kind of keep up with inflation, and they generally, some of them leave because of money. A lot of them leave because about how they're treated. And they're not always party people, okay? They're not always extroverts. I think you probably know this. And they don't go party. They don't go on boats or whale watches or picnics or any of that stuff, right? They're looking for their boss to support them when they're in the meeting and not running them over or defending them or, learning or being able to make collegial arguments with senior members of the team and being respected for it. People that pull for them, right? And they leave when they don't see that. So I would encourage you, and they're not going to ever tell you that in a one-on-one, but I would encourage you to think back on how you felt when you were an engineer and how you were like, well, if my boss don't care, if my boss isn't giving me options on what I can do or where I'm going to go or anything else, then whatever, they clearly don't care, right? So, I do think some of these things are important, and I'll be honest, I mean, Hart it's every month, it's there's just another person leaving. And so we're bleeding out. I mean, that's what I really feel like at this point. And I do think that there is more significant risk to the project than we realize, especially as we bring CCGS online, because the insight and oversight is important. And yeah, you can do it with 30 people, and I can pay a lot of money and hire contractors again to do it. But, your commitment to us was that, you were really into you tried to really skinny these down, right? And it's not so easy to skinny them down because it's not so easy to fill those shoes, right? Because you can't hire people at the salary. So I think some of those are challenging things. And I would encourage you to continue to demonstrate to your employees that you're going to put your money where your mouth is in terms of protecting their interests, not just making them have fun at work, really protecting their interests. I was wondering if anybody else had any comments that they wanted to make about this.
Me?
Yes, Chair, I
wait,
do.
Natalie first. Natalie hasn't spoken yet.
Okay, thank you. So, I just really wanted to thank Lori for admitting to the, to all of us and in public that she has these weaknesses. I mean, I rarely see that with our political leaders and heads of agencies. So thank you so much, Lori. And thank you also for putting forth programs that appear to me anyway to be events and things that would interest employees and help retain them. Now, yes, there may be a few who don't fit into those slots. I think it's very hard to meet everyone's requirements. So I just put that out there for consideration. The other thing I wanted to mention, this is kind of going back to earlier in the meeting, is that I did see additional help wanteds posted for ZipRecruiter, LinkedIn, Simply Hired. And so it appears to me that there is a good effort out there to recruit more people. And I just wanted to express my appreciation to Lori for making those efforts.
Thank you, Natalie.
Chair?
Thank you. So I wanted to, before we leave the topic, we've already left it, but what exactly is, and maybe Sandy, you're the one who can answer this, what exactly is the family leave policy that HART, I guess, implements, and how does that differ from the cities?
So the family leave is the
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
The family leave is the federal law. So we have posters on all of our bulletin boards that.
And there's also state law, you realize that, right?
Right, and also the state law also. Yes.
So how are you implementing it?
How we have it on our bulletin boards, and for example, just one recent case is it came to my attention. So we have packets that we put together to notify the employee that they're eligible for the leave, and from there it's up to the employee to determine whether or not they want to accept that leave package.
And you understand that though there's been some discussion as to who is entitled to, I think we're talking about this in terms of transferring rights, the family leave is very general in terms of the extension. So it does extend to in-laws, it does extend, you realize that, right? And that's something that I think initially was very clear in the state law versus the federal law, because I'm not sure the federal law was very clear when it first got implemented that it extended to that. So now, how is it that if a person or an employee believes that it's going to claim, or he or she's going to claim for family leave, what do you do? Or is it something that you affirmatively look out for? So if you see somebody who's, for example, wife or whoever may be expecting, of course, classic family leave, right? So do you go and say, hey, you know what? You're entitled to family leave. You can, bank your sick and bank your whatever and still get paid for 30 days or whatever. Is that what, how do you do it?
Your mic. Your mic.
If it's a pregnancy, yes, I mean, I would do that, but they don't have to tell you that it's family leave. If you see something that is, you think an individual would be eligible for, then you need to make sure that you give them the information.
So if we are made aware of their situation, yes, we do. So some employees who have opened up to me, their spouse has cancer, please, you can apply for this, go see Sandy, and she'll walk you through the whole process. We have another one for it's himself, but he knows about this. So every year he puts in the application and we approve it. We have another one, if I see it on a leave app, because they're open enough to put it, the reason on why they're taking leave, a spouse is dealing with cancer, I will reach out to them myself and say, make sure you apply for this, because now you can use not just your vacation, you could use your own sick leave. So, and then I'll tell, please reach out to Sandy, and then she walks them through the process.
So did you guys reach out to Nate on this? The family leave?
Yeah, that's what we were discussing earlier with Michelle. He said it's not going to work for him because he doesn't have the leave. He has some leave, but after that burns out, then it's going to be leave without pay. So it's not helping him with a paycheck.
So did you guys look at that? So why, he's, how long has he been with the city? A city employee?
About 2 years.
2 years, right? So did you check what he had in
Yes.
terms of?
18 days of sick leave. And he thought he didn't have vacation, but he had six days of vacation.
So did you go back and check whether or not, because I think his wife gave birth, right?
I'm sorry, but I only got notice of this just recently. I wasn't aware of what happened.
So did you didn't go back and check what he's entitled to? Okay, so I'd like for you to go back and check. And I'd like for you to go back and check as to when his wife gave birth, as to what, and whether we were sure at that time that he could take sick leave versus vacation. And then what I'm interested in is to see how many days were out there. Laura, you said something interesting, because you said that the FDA and PMOC was concerned about Nate when you were making him project director. Did they express a similar concern with you?
Yes.
That you had
Yes, they did.
experience in rail?
Yeah, they were concerned.
They were concerned? And what was the resolution? Because you're the CEO. So what did they decide? I mean, it's not like you can be shadowed by anybody.
Right. No, they just they decided to give me a chance. They did do an MCC, and they were pleasantly surprised with how the MCC came out. But they were concerned.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that they were also concerned about that.
They were.
Now, so when we look at this situation about, you said that you cannot do it long distance or by telecommuting. John Moore worked for HDR. I think it was HDR. Was John Moore HDR? Yes. And of course, he was in Florida for a good period of time. And, both, I worked with him before, and I've always had the greatest respect for him. And I think Nate also did, and worked with him as well. But he did a lot of the work, long distance, didn't he?
He was, but he wasn't the project director.
But he probably knew AGS better than most.
Agreed.
Right?
A lot of respect for him too, yes.
Yeah, so if he did that, I mean, obviously, I guess what that would have told me is that, hey, it's doable. So when you found out, whether you felt that Nate discussed it with you or not, but when you found out that there was this issue of whether he could work remotely for a period of time, and that was an issue for him, did you reach out to Nate and tell him, are you really interested in this? Shall we talk about this some more?
No, I did not.
And why?
That's it. Yeah, I did not. I didn't think he was adamant already.
Well, I mean, he I don't know what adamant is, and I'm not second guessing how your impression was, but it would seem that if you're interested in the success of this project, I think we can all agree that Nate was an integral part of it. So wouldn't you have then reached out to him? And you said you did not. Why? Because you said that he was adamant?
When he first approached me, he says, we're going to be moving to the mainland. And I actually thought we could keep him on through CCGS. And his response was, no, we're putting the house up for sale. We're moving by the end of the month. We have about 3 weeks of transition. I said, okay, understood. And no, I did not talk about telecommuting. And then subsequent to that, he changed his mind and he says, we're leaving now. I said, okay.
So did you ever refer him to Sandy and say, you know what, you're probably highly emotional at this time. You have a father-in-law who's very ill. Your wife is already there. Why don't you talk to Sandy and find out what we can do? What's in your so-called your bag of rights that you have as an employee?
Just a comment. I think under this union's side agreement over telecommuting.
But he's not a union member.
I was going to get to that. There is a prohibition in working remotely out of state. And city policy has embraced that in HR's policy, that they only allow any type of remote work in state. Now, that may not be a good idea, it may be a parochial idea, but it is the policy of DHR.
But it's not Hart's policy, obviously.
I'm not sure whether HART goes under the DHR
We do.
umbrella for policies, but I'm just saying that under the city, working remotely out of state is not allowed.
I'm not sure about that, because that's not my discussion with others, and the question would be whether or not it's an inflexible interpretation, or whether it can be overridden.
I know in my department, that's what I've been informed.
Okay, well, we should follow up on, that's another thing that we'll follow up on. So,
Yeah, I guess I'd like to know that answer as well, guys. I want to know whether, if there really is a prohibition on working out of state, that would be an interesting data point.
because then, see, the issue becomes when, if you're an HDR employee and you work next to a Hart employee and you have these ball of rights, this is the whole thing about, and how Hart has chosen to operate, you cannot have a disparate treatment among those people. Just because you may say, oh, you're HDR or you're a consultant, because if you have the oversight, it's something that you have. So I don't see how it's so inflexible that it's not going to be, because I would tell you, I think if this is a grievance, that would be one of the major arguments that would be made. This person may work for somebody else, but this person is doing work right next to me, and I should have the same rights he has. So anyway, did you do that? Did you ever talk to him? To Nate?
No, I did not.
So Laurie, you never referred him to your HR person to see exactly what it is that he could consider doing?
I posed to him the FMLA, and he came back to me and said,
No. Did you tell him to go see Sandy?
Because he already told me no.
Well, but there's more rights than just FMLA. I'm asking if you treated him and said, hey, go talk to HR. Because, like you said, when we went through this whole thing with these candy bars and everything, you can be intimidating, you can be all. So maybe what you needed to do was come to grips with that early and tell him, hey, go talk to Sandy. She has a better idea of what his HR rights are, but you said you didn't because you decided that it was an FMLA issue.
No, he made his decision already, so I wasn't sure what else I could do.
Yeah, but you
to
didn't
help
think it
him.
was in the best interest of this project to talk to him about it and maybe say, hey, look, calm down. We know it's a difficult time. Let's talk about this. We'll give you 2 weeks. Go see how it is, figure it out, come back. And let's talk about this. You never thought about doing that.
I didn't. He made his decision, and I wasn't gonna. it
That's
was in
not
the
my
best
point.
interest. It was
That's
in
not my
his-
point, Laurie. My point is
understand
he's
your
somebody
point.
who's
No, I did
critical
not
to this
talk to him
project.
about it. I
Okay,
did not
good.
send him to
Thank
Sandy.
you. Thank you.
I did
That's what
not
I
send
want to
him to
know.
Sandy.
That's what I want to know,
Yeah, I
because
didn't
my
send
next
him to
question
Sandy.
is very simple. So what, he's not that important to this project?
No, you're making that assumption.
That he's important to this project?
You're making an assumption that I feel he's not important to.
Well,
the
I would think
project.
you would have done everything. And the first thing you would have done is to make sure that he was aware of what his rights were in a situation which may not have been as antagonistic, not that it was, but a situation where he could really weigh all his alternatives, or to give him time. We'll give him time. But thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I guess, does anybody else have any comments that they want to make?
I'll jump in, if I may, Chair. I guess what we're hearing here is a feeling, and I can't speak for everybody on the board, but from the atmosphere, I'm getting the impression that we all acknowledge that Nate was a critical part of this project, that losing him increases the risk of failure for the project. And I guess the question that's underlying all of this is, did you do everything you possibly could to get him to stay? And I think that's the concern, is
Sure.
that you didn't.
Well, that is your impression. I met with him 4 times with Vance and with Rick. One was even with Matt, and maybe I didn't go to the extent that you folks wanted me to, but I tried to talk to him. I didn't think calm him down. He seemed very calm. His decision was made, and I didn't think I could talk him out of it. Had to do with the family. Whenever there's a family situation, I don't want to get involved with that. Him and his wife made a decision, and I talked to him about FMLA, but wasn't sure what else I could do to convince him to stay.
I have a follow-up.
Okay, go ahead.
So given the sentiment that we're expressing as a board, and the fact that there seems to be some, from what Michelle has told us, and time has now passed, don't you feel that it's time better served to see if Nate would reconsider his position?
I can reach out to him, but he's not returning.
No, I'm asking how you feel.
Oh.
Because depending on how you feel, it's going to be the extent or the degree with which you reach out to him and how sincere it is from his vantage point.
Sure.
He already gave his job away. What are you talking about? How are you going to do that?
Well, things can be undone.
It would be difficult.
That's a
for me
difficult
to
one.
Do a promotion to Vance. I think that would create another
Which is
problem.
why I was saying I thought that, like a 3-day decision was a little bit premature. That's all. Because, I'll tell you the truth. I'm a government person, right? It's not like I get I give everybody everything. But sometimes the juice is worth the squeeze, okay? And you got to decide who those people are that help you succeed, right? And I think we have a big loss. Not like, yes, if somebody got run over by a truck, we'd figure it out. But, like you said, there had been a plan, and being a little bit emotionally aware can sometimes help you stay on your plan. And it's hard to do that sometimes because, and like you said, I get it. I get the family thing. And I also get the part of by the time an employee decides they want to leave, coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? So don't do the coulda, shoulda, woulda. Try and preemptively make sure that especially the employees that you feel are critical to your and the program's success, regardless of whether I might like them or not. There was people that I didn't really like, but they were critical to the success. And then I got people on the plane before the vice president on 9/11 because they were critical to the nation's success, right? I left the vice president somewhere because I had to get this person back, and that person got on the plane. So, I think that it's a big loss, and I think we're just disappointed, and it happened very quickly. Everything happened relatively quickly to us because it happened in a matter of days. And I think I think that we're going to find that even though we can't measure it, that what he brought, not just with his expertise, but his personality and his ability to bring esprit de corps to the people he works with, is hard to emulate.
Agreed.
Anybody else? Okay, unfortunately, it's 5:20 where I am, and I have a hard cutoff. So I need to, unfortunately, ask everyone if it's okay if we defer the last agenda item to next month. Is that okay with everyone? Anthony, are you okay with that, or do you want to run the meeting?
That's fine.
Anthony, I'm cool if you want to run the meeting.
No, we won't have quorum without you, I don't think, anyway, so.
You can, because you can
Well, I don't think we're going to make a decision, but okay, so let's defer that item and put it on the next agenda, and like, let's go over the requests and action items.
If you want to, you can just the chair's not on member and continue the committee.
But given, I mean, it's.
I think the only one that I had was Colleen.
No, but given that it's this item, I don't. I mean, if it was something else.
Do we have anything other than Colleen's? And if you could copy me on that stuff, and as well as Anthony, that would be awesome. That way we'll have it as well. I wanted to give Sandy a compliment because I said, I don't know, just like make up some agenda thing and like put things you think are important on this topic. And I think that you pretty much hit it. I mean, like there'll be special topics we want to talk about, but I really liked how you did it, Sandy. So thank you. I think it was a lot of good work. And yes, there's a lot of research learning how to be a state HR person, or I'm sorry, yeah, a city HR person, but you're really stepping into some shoes, and you're doing a great job. So thank you for all your and Lori's effort to review the charts and go through them. And what you are hearing is just that there's shock and awe and disappointment about, the Nate situation. So, and it is like the telephone game. We all get different data points, but we'll try to collect our data points and figure out where we go from here. I would encourage that the next time we put succession planning in as well onto the HR committee, Sandy, take a note of that one, because we might be able to do that. We'll talk to Dan about whether we can do that in exec session, because it has to do with hiring really. And generally we don't talk about employees' names and where they potentially could be hired in public. So we'll work with Dan, Sandy, on what we can do in exec session.
I will. Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? Okay, great. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.